There we go. All right, good morning. Let's go ahead and get started this morning. Now we're recording and up and running. Kara's online with us. I expect Jim will join us as he gets here. Put it that way. All right, as you see on the agenda, we'll start with, I believe, a brief discussion from staff of work to date in regards to the priorities and the focus that we've discussed yesterday. We'll then work into strategic planning and community engagement later on this afternoon. So hopefully a good day. All of us have good discussion and decide what we're going to do. With that, I will turn it over to our facilitator.
Thank you, Council Member. So good morning. Welcome back. Before we get into the staff reports, I'd love us to just regroup and just get all the voices warmed up. So if we could do a fairly swift round of a couple of questions. What's something about you that others might not know? And then what was a highlight for you from yesterday or something that's been rolling around in your head since yesterday? So who would like to start? Something about you that others might not know, and then a highlight or something that's still rolling around in your head from yesterday. I think Council Member Benson just volunteered himself. So let's go.
Everybody knows everything about me.
Microphone.
Mike, yeah, let's hear Mike.
Gosh, I don't have an answer for either of these things. Something you might not know about me is, golly, I can't think of a thing. I feel like you all know everything about me. I'm incredibly well qualified, and I always know what I'm talking about. That'd be it. And humble. Yeah. I once earned a huge humility award for being the humblest guy around. And that's it. Yeah.
Okay. And a highlight from yesterday?
Well, I felt like we got through a whole lot of really important ideas. I thought getting this all mapped out and looking at where we are currently and where we want to go. I thought that was really efficient. Actually, I think it was really helpful.
Great.
I don't know. I was an All-American water polo player in high school, and I think that's it. Yesterday, I thought it was great to listen to the council members, just interact and hear what their thoughts were, and we just sat by and listened. I thought that was a great opportunity for once having that experience.
Great. And Kara, would you be ready to go now, since you're kind of next in the row beside Chief?
Am I? Sure. I guess I grew up on a small family farm up in Skagit. Some people may not know. And then in terms of things rolling around, I don't know offhand. I'm kind of in line, I guess, with the rest, where I'm really impressed by how much we were able to get through and how much we were able to do, and just the way that you're able to help boil it down, so that we have something that's much more actionable than where we started.
Great. And we'll go to Jen as well, since she's online. Jen, are you able to join us and say hello?
Good morning, everyone. I just wanted to show you, I did do stickies and sent them to Mike. So just wanted to show you I'm actively engaged, but what people might not know about me, I actually marched in the Rose Bowl parade back in the early 80s. So I had to fill in because our band didn't have enough tuba players. And so I played French horn in high school. And so I quickly learned the tuba and marched in that parade.
Super.
From yesterday, I think I echo Chief Phipps' statement about listening, and what's so valuable to staff is when we hear you talk about priorities and you talk about what success looks like, it then gives us such valuable information for us to build proposed plans, action plans. We can start doing stuff. And so just listening and hearing council dialogue is so important. We're not talking, you are, and that's extremely valuable. Thank you.
Thanks, Jen. Can we go to you, Mike?
Sure. As of last night, I began building a 5-foot tall Lego model of Mickey Mouse. So, and then,
That is his mental health.
that is, I've worked for 4 different cities and a county, and multiple boards. And what really impresses me and continues to impress me about our leadership is they don't lead with their agendas. Your agenda is unified. It's the agenda for the community. And I'm really pleased to be a part of that.
I'll let my neighbor get settled. Well, I'll pick up on Jen's Rose Bowl theme, I guess, for things you may not know about me. My wife and I didn't officially meet until the late 1990s, but we discovered that we were both at the Rose Bowl game in 1986, which surprised both of us when we figured that out. And I would just echo some of the things that Mike said. I was really impressed by the fact that this council was able to take those 6 boards and funnel it down to basically one page that really does capture pretty much everything that you talked about all day.
Councilmember Mayhew, the questions are up here. Something about you that others might not know, and a highlight from yesterday.
You might not know that I was really hoping for the nice breakfast from yesterday to happen today. It's not as good. And highlight from yesterday. Highlight. So the thought that's going through my mind probably isn't the right answer, but I think one of the big big takeaway that I had in my head as I went home last night and thought about what had happened was that it seems to me that this council has a fairly unified view of what's important and where the priorities should be. Yet we seem to spend, in my view, most of our time talking about some combination of things that are down at the trees, not forest for the trees. We sort of get down into details and then we get lost in that's not the right word, but we get involved with trying to work out or deal with differences at a detail level that I think maybe isn't where we ought to spend our time. And so I was just sort of ruminating on that. So that's not really a highlight from yesterday. I guess it was a highlight for me because it's what I took away.
Something you might not know about me is that I play tennis and I am on a USTA, United States Tennis Association team for doubles. So try to squeeze that in on weekends, because everybody that I play with works. And so we know that mostly we have our Saturdays and Sundays to practice and play games. From yesterday, I started to think about how many times the comprehensive plan was mentioned. And I was really impressed to see that although maybe none of you have worked on the comprehensive plan in the past, that all of you are very aware of it and how it is a guiding document. It is the document of all documents that leads the city forward with goals and policies that can translate into development code and other implementation measures in the future. So I was very impressed and look forward to continue working on that project with you.
Thank you. Yeah, I'm kind of in a similar position as Councilmember Benson. I think you guys know everything about me. I'm a physics teacher. You guys know that? Okay,
Yeah.
cool. All right, we covered that. I appreciated yesterday the comedic relief of our two chiefs and these two jokers over there. I look forward to more.
So something, well, some of you might know because I'm sitting next to a South Dakotan, North Dakota, whoops. Anyway, so, oh no. But you just corrected me, so. And then we have a Minnesotan online, our director of finance. So I was born and raised in Iowa on a farm, and I moved out here after I wrote letters to different companies I thought I could work for, and one of them moved me out here. So I moved out here not knowing a single person. So I've established roots over the past 30 some years. And Iowa Hawkeyes women's basketball, they won yesterday. And they played here in Seattle. It's like, oh my God, that would have been great to see. So anyway, so I think what a takeaway from yesterday was, it was a lot of great conversation. It was great to hear from each council member's perspective, what's important to you. And now, you know, these are kind of, you know, these would be marching orders for staff to take and try to come up with different plans on how are we going to achieve some of these goals and priorities. So look forward to more conversation today.
I have to go to my second pick. Which you may not know, I used to have a professional dive master rating, which means I could take you out in the ocean and drop you off. My insurance would require that I bring you back. And as far as the happy moment was when I arrived. What I really hope, I was in some of the preliminary conversations, and what I was really pleased to see is I think with this formulation of, you know, what are really key things we're looking at, we're down that path we talked about prior to setting up this meeting. So I'm really happy to see that.
Alrighty, let me see here. I've been here a while, so you guys know a lot about it. Well, I met my wife, current wife, first wife, in what? I tell her marriage is only something you do twice in life. So anyway,
I hope she's not watching.
she could be. It's okay. She'll just shake her head. It's been a long time, 26 years. We met each other in the fire station. She was a firefighter EMT with a volunteer student force in the fire department where I worked back in Massachusetts. So she understands pretty well what I do and what I face pretty regularly. So certainly makes a good team. What about yesterday? I like. I'm not going to brown nose like Chief Perry and Chief Mike over there. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. Sewer department. His sewer department. Nice. I know. I've shared that a lot with people that work for me. I offer that to them all the time. But no, seriously, the group has been very collegial and working together, which kind of reminds me of when I first got here. The first few years I was here, the group, because I came from a very controversial elected panel group that was really challenging to work with. And coming here was like, I used to describe it as being on vacation, but seriously, and it's getting back to that again, which is very nice. But also, I think And I guess I would encourage at the end of the day, I like a little bit personally of dissenting opinion. You know, John Kennedy said, if you've got a committee of everybody that agrees, it's time to try and find a new committee. So just dissenting opinion can really spur a lot of thought, right? And depth of thought and depth of conversation. And I guess it can not. There you go. Thank you. The attorney sitting next to me. If done right. Yeah, exactly. Professionally and, you know, and all those other parts that go along with it. So anyway, I guess I'm not advocating for that, but I just, if there's an opportunity, I guess I would encourage elected officials to maybe do that. So.
Good morning. So let's see, in the things you might not, some of you know this now, but probably not everyone this year. Late in life, I did my very first ski race, a downhill ski race. And so skiing at 60 plus miles an hour, you learn the importance of looking 3 or more gates ahead, avoiding abrupt direction changes, being a little softer on your edges, which is hard for a lawyer sometimes. So it's some takeaways that I think apply organizationally and in my work. I can see ways to apply it in my work life too. Takeaway from yesterday, Mark always tries to steal my thunder, I think, but no, the sense of humor, I think, was a high point, going to the collegiality. And I can think of past retreats. This is my 10th year, but a long time ago, and also not that long ago, where disagreements, policy disagreements, personality disagreements among participants in the retreat, you know, burble to the surface, and they get in the way of getting to focus on identifying the priorities that you agree on and outlining ways to kind of work towards them. So I thought that it was great. In addition to just making it fun for everybody, it really helps the function. And I also was interested to hear more about council members' views of how they want the community to. You don't expect people to trust, and so there's that role that you have to show transparency and trust that probably affects the way that the council staff conversation via ideas, and we can help you in that mission when agenda items to use.
Oh, well, I'm the newest of the group, so there's probably a lot about me that you don't know. My husband and I are going on our 3rd house hunting trip to Belize in a couple months. And so that's kind of exciting. Took the kids last summer and got. What's that?
It's going to be a really long queue.
Yeah, it's only 2 hours in Houston. And then yesterday I was really impressed with the group on how they took the priority and went through the steps to get to the end result. I thought it was really impressive how Una walked everybody through that and everybody was able to agree. It was quite impressive. So that's all.
Good morning, everyone. Something that you may not know about me, when I was younger in my youth, probably early 90s, late 80s, I was a part of an amateur BMX race team. It was very fun. And something that a highlight from yesterday, just like others have said, is the breakdown that you guys done on you guys' priorities was really impressive. With just being those just single line items and then how you went through it, it was amazing. You guys did a great job.
Well, I'm a pseudo elected official, so just for the record, I spent a good part of my early life down in Shelton and met my wife actually at a bank. I was a bank customer and she was behind the teller line. My first wife and my only wife, current wife. So we were out house hunting 99 and we were driving up Cedar Falls Road. I had not seen a house yet and I said, this is it. This is where we're going to live. And we pulled up, we had a whole bunch of houses to see, but just like now it was like multiple offers and what we've gone through the last couple of years. First place we pulled up to, the woman was putting her sign out for sale, and yeah, and she was also the broker on the house. It was her house she was selling. So she invited us in, and 6 hours, 5 hours later, we were signing the papers because my wife said, that's the house I bought. So that's how we moved and ended up here in the valley. And then in 05, we moved here to the ridge. But I think the most important thing for me is just listening to everybody's points of view. We come in with our own kind of predisposition and our own thought and our own perspective. But I think that I'm always trying to seek everybody else's point of view so that we can make the correct decision going forward. And I'm excited about today because I think we'll have that opportunity how to figure out how to bring more of the community in. And I mentioned yesterday, it kind of concerns me when we have an empty council chamber other than ourselves. Do people really care about what we're doing? I hope they do. And I hope that we're making the right decisions. So anyway, thank you.
Great, thanks everyone. I appreciate hearing all of the feedback, and now we've kind of got our head back in the game, and we've also learned hopefully a little bit about each other that we didn't know, all part of building, and the question we'll be answering later is that effective and thriving governance team, which we'll be working on later on this morning. So now I want to just literally step out of the way and let Mike take you through some of the things that you can see, the work that you did yesterday, the current reality was mapped, success indicators, the shifts and changes that you want to see. You filtered through those and discussed your the values that were in play as you approach these choices. And now we're going to have staff do a high level overview of things that are either recently accomplished or, and Michael elaborate if I'm off the mark here, or underway that are addressing things that staff heard yesterday, either in the current reality or the success indicators. And then we'll have a conversation about those. Hopefully, my goal is that we'll do a fairly high level flyby here, like enough depth that you get answers of clarity of anything that you're not clear about, but we don't necessarily go in a deep dive on all the intricacies of each different project. Otherwise, the rest of the agenda is shot. And so, of course, staff will be responsible for implementing the work, and we want to hear from them now about that. So, Mike, I'll chime in every so often if you need, or we can just pause after each chart to do questions of clarity of anything that came up on that specific chart. Okay, and I'll try and document so that Jen and Kara can see it. Oh no, I'm okay. I'll just go here. Thanks.
Well, good morning, Your Honor, members of the City Council and invited guests and staff. What I'm going to try to do is just kind of quickly go through the middle, I'll call it the missing middle section of each of the charts. And department directors, please feel free to chime in. We've kind of had a consistency of colors going through for each department director. So please, if I miss something, jump right in. So just starting out here with the accomplishments under the Assure a Safe Community, that we passed the Department of Ecology H2 water 3-year inspection. We hired a new water superintendent and began phase 3 expansion. And this is under Public Works. The yellow here, since there's a lot under Assure a Safe Community, is of course police. So we've maintained the no call too small rule. We've hired 7 new police officers, which has made a huge difference in being able to manage the no call too small. We've hired a police captain. We've had effective crime enforcement and investigation. And also we've hired our school SRO, Adopt a Cop and mentor programs in the schools. And also the voice in state and regional police matters. The chief's held some leadership positions, and so have other people in this department. So from our friends over in IT, we've had a viable secure network. and also worked on a city badge system, and of course, the EOC. And I think this is community development, is implementing the, oh, excuse me, this is the city attorney, implementing the VAX directive and resolving grievances. Excuse me, what?
Talk into the mic.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, am I not? I'll try to eat the mic more better. And we've had from HR and finance, we've had a priority focus on office recruitment and certified list of candidates, getting that to the police. And also we've had the accreditation of the fire department. I think the fire department just stuck that under everything, you know, accredited fire department solves all problems. So any questions on assuring a safe community? If not, we'll move on and talk about bolstering neighborhood livability. And again, from Public Works, we've maintained high quality sidewalks and sidewalk repairs. We've begun the expansion of the community center. We've added a splash pad. Yay, I love the splash pad. And they've also supported special events and the homeowners association. So we've adopted our CIP, park and trails and pavement projects, and of course, the river walk in Sandy Cove. And we've started working on updates to our code amendments for retail in the Snoqualmie Municipal Code. Staff's working on expanding our urban growth boundary, and also flood mitigations underway. And from IT, communication support, and also finalizing the Riverwalk grant from the city attorney's office, and high contact with the community from our police department. That was fine. It doesn't say accreditation. Yeah, okay. Any questions? Kara, go ahead.
Sorry, my one question was just whether the Post-it notes would end up on the Miro board, just so that I could see a little better. But it's not
yeah.
in relation to anything that you're saying now. I appreciate the coverage.
Kara, I'm transcribing, but I'm not caught up with, I've got my own mic. I'm not caught up, so I'm transcribing. If you click on my face, you'll see where on the board, you'll see where I am, but I'm still doing quality of life. But I can skip forward so I can do the next one. Let's see. Yeah, they're not quite in the same order on the board as they are on the wall. So if you click on me, or I can bring you to me, you can see. Okay. I think she muted.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other questions on neighborhood livability?
Yeah, just pointing out that some of those Parks and Public Works items, as exciting as they are not exactly done accomplishments, more that they're in process, and that's a wonderful and beautiful thing. It is an accomplishment to have gotten them to the point that they are at, but just clarifying for the public watching that those are not actually completed items.
Any other questions? If not, we'll move on to fiscal transparency and operational stability. Starting out with asset inventory, the CIP budget, and new process to lower costs. Again, this is Parks and Public Works. ERP and the RFP, the request for proposals for ERP and ERP implementation, and also the financial dashboard. Operated below budget the last 7 years. I think that was police or fire. It's everybody. Coming from HR and finance, Tyler Minnis, the Socrata data, partial plan for community access to financial information, the ERP, implementation utilization of the Muni models in ERP, financial policy updates, forecasting tools being built, and we've added financial staff. And then we've got the GMT, and having trouble reading this one. This is from the fire department. Accreditation, is that, that's accreditation. Oh, other revenue sources. All right, any questions at all on the on transparency and operational stability? If not, we'll move on to encouraging economic viability. Again, going back to Public Works, we've got the assist with the application support on the team model train and special event support. And staff's working on permitting for the train. And then also approval of the rails project and successfully defending the appeal from community development, also the mill site and PCI plan from community development, support for commission committees from IT and the growth management. Any other questions on economic viability?
And actually, Mike, just a clarification. I mean, these are intended to be things that are underway that are getting towards your success indicators from yesterday, right? There,
right.
That was the brief that I gave the group, the staff.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to the point that was made earlier,
yeah,
that, you know, a lot of these things are in process.
Yeah, exactly.
Investing in transportation infrastructure. From Public Works and Parks, we've got the Parkway Overlay Program, sign program, and roadway marking. And we've got emergency response team that was stood up. And yes, we did a lot of snow plowing this year. They're doing some improvements at City Hall and also improvements at the fire station. We adopted the CIP and also the Munis Socrata Interactive Project, which is coming from our friends in IT and finance. Also from IT, we have the vinyl cutter and the GIS support. And we see from community development approved the NBTS permit renewal, wastewater phase 2 project, working with the tribe on wastewater improvements, and also aquifer storage and recovery grant agreement.
Streets now has a standby program. Responding to tree calls and park calls and street calls. Before we only had water and sewer.
One more time, Mike.
Yeah.
So now Streets and Parks has a standby team that responds to your calls, anybody's calls on the weekends and stuff. In the past, we've only had water and sewer standby.
So any other questions on transportation and infrastructure? There is. There's one down here of the fire department station planning. But, you know, I mean, it doesn't have anything to do with the fire department, so.
What?
Yeah, I don't understand that either.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Station location.
Yeah,
is one of the most critical.
station location planning.
Station location.
Yeah.
One of our most critical.
Yeah.
Basically, having a single fire station.
Oh, can you use the microphone? Sorry, here we go.
Yeah, fire station planning has been an ongoing conversation, at least in the fire department, as well as through our accreditation efforts. When you look at where our call volume is, where our hotspots are, you look at our response time standards, that's all part of our accreditation effort. Having a fire station that's quite a ways down the parkway is probably not the best for the community. It's a long range planning thing that we've been discussing internally for 4 years now, because we're going into our reaccreditation cycle as well. So it'll be another conversation as we move into this next one. We are, yeah. And the credit, you know, he's joking around about that, and I joke around about it quite a bit, but it really does affect every single one of these. There's 220 performance indicators that we need to meet, and it all affects livability and infrastructure planning and quality of life and all those other parts of it. So I was joking when I said I should put that up on all of them, but it is true.
You know, we give Mark a bad time about fire station accreditation because he deserves it. But the truth of the matter is that it is incredibly important to the city. And, I think we talked about this a little bit last year. There are very few accredited departments in the state of Washington, a very small percentage of accredited departments nationwide. And I'm really proud of the fact that I live and work in a city that has accredited departments. So I think we had a question online, Kara.
Yeah, I was just hoping for a clarification. What is the vinyl cutter? I think I missed that.
Go ahead.
Over here. Oh, okay.
So the vinyl cutter is for Parks and Public Works' sign machine.
It's also it's also a bigger deal than it sounds like, because what it allows us to do is make our signs in-house. And I'll let Mike talk a little bit about that.
Cuts down our response times to getting a sign back up. Plus, it also cuts the cost to about a third of what we've been paying. Every sign we've been having made, we've had to go about an hour drive outside of the community to have made, and this keeps it in-house and ready to go. In fact, you'll be seeing some back and parking signs downtown, which will be our first sign out on a new machine.
Any other questions on transportation and infrastructure?
Something that I didn't see it up there, but something that has been a highly visible request from the public has been repainting those light poles. Has that been done? Especially the ones that are by Swenson. Yeah. Mike.
I'm sorry. Jennifer was asking. We did paint that intersection. Is that what we're asking about? Oh, okay. Yeah, it's completed. Okay.
Any other questions? So let's talk about enhancing the quality of life. From Public Works, snow plowing enhances your quality of life. And park and playground improvements, road projects, sidewalk projects, urban forestry, and then being responsive to the needs of the community, and middle housing contract, and again, alternative fire department response modeling. I'll let Mark talk about that.
Yeah, so as far as quality of life goes, this really affects law enforcement as well, but we're part of Redmond's mobile integrated health program, where the county actually gives the city money to participate in that program. So it's paid through the EMS levy. And what it is it's a call prevention program where we send responders, specifically trained responders, to homes for non-emergency follow-up incident calls. So if we're going to somebody 2 or 3 or 4 times per month, we'll send somebody out there to actually work with them to work through their issues. It's very similar to the mental health program that's going on with law enforcement and fire, but it's more generalized in terms of people who are failing to thrive, or people who don't have access to certain types of care, who may be struggling to deal with their medications and those types of things. And the only place they know to turn is 911, and this basically prevents us from having to respond to those incidents, and we send another team out to deal with it.
Other question? Emily, you want to talk about that?
Sure. So late last year, the city was awarded a substantial grant from the Department of Commerce to evaluate middle housing. Again, that's housing that's not single family and it's not high rise. It's housing types that are in the middle of that: duplex, triplex, those kinds of housing units. We initiated the work just recently, in the last couple months, and we're proceeding forward with a buildable lands analysis and other requirements based on House Bill 1220. So you should be seeing more of that work and those work products coming forward. We have at least 2 presentations coming up this spring to help demonstrate what's been accomplished with that grant money. And those are scheduled, I believe, in May for the council. I'm just thinking it's about $125,000. Yes. Yes.
Quick follow-up on that. The former LDS property that is going to be built into housing, is that middle housing?
Yeah, essentially it is. Yeah, I mean, it's a row housing, townhomes. Another form of multifamily housing.
Oh, Jen has her hand up. Oh, sorry, Kara.
Kara, I think you
Saw
had your hand
Jen's
up.
name.
Yeah, just for that housing, those are going to be large townhouses, right? They're mixed towards smaller as well.
I'm sorry, what kind of housing did you say?
I was just sorry, it was a follow-up to Councilmember Johnson's question about the housing that's going to be built, the additional row houses that will be built. They're larger size though, right? Or is there a decent mix towards smaller as well?
Yeah, I have to take a look at the actual site plan to see what the square footage of the homes would be. I don't know off the top of my head.
Any other questions? So from our IT folks are working on the SCADA and the cellular modems, and also coming from HR and finance, the virtual city hall resident for our residents and our customers, and also self-serving service portals that will be loading up for city business on our website. So any other questions? Kara.
Nothing further. Apologies. I'll lower my hand.
Okay. Any other questions from the group? If not, thank you very much, and I'll turn this back over.
All right, that's fast. Excellent. Okay, I transcribed some of those, Kara. You can probably see some of them, but some of them I couldn't see from where I was sitting, and we'll finish that later. So let's just see. Okay. Okay, so you've already responded with questions for clarification as Mike was doing the overview there. I just to talk about this a little bit further. What are you hearing here that is that you're excited about, that you're excited to see on the radar, underway, happening, off the paper, into production? Rob's looking for a microphone. You could make one.
I'm very pleased that we're making progress with our tribal relationship, and it's been worked on by past Mayor Pro Tem Mayhew as well as Mayor Ross, and I think that's really critical as we have two communities that are very close together, and we need.
Other things, council members, that you're hearing that you're excited about?
We're all excited about the accreditation.
Okay, here's the other one, the financial dashboard. And I think that we can use that as a model for other things in reports to the council to kind of quickly capture what's happening across all the departments.
we have some very highly visible public works projects coming up, especially around Community Park and the community center, the River Walk. Those are all going to be things that the public will hopefully be seeing happening within the next few years. That's pretty exciting.
Other things that, oh, sorry, go ahead, Cara, thank you.
I'm excited about community centers because it'll offer a lot more options than just having the pool. But one of the other things that I heard for the first time, I think today was the emergency response teams that are now going to be active. I did not know that that was the case, and I think that's fantastic. In addition, I mean, I just echo what the other council members have said so far, but I think that's something new and fantastic.
Great. Other, go ahead.
Yeah, this kind of cuts in two different directions. I'm very excited to see our staffing in the police department. A year ago, that was not such a bright spot. But the other end of it is that some of our other departments have kind of gone the other direction. We've got quite a significant number of vacancies across some of our other departments that hopefully that's going to be a growth area over the next year or so.
Any other thoughts there? Things that are a delight to see up on the wall, or particularly exciting, or even surprising? Ethan, did you have something?
Yeah, I'm always excited whenever I hear about any new ways that we're going about saving money, even if it's, you know, if it's a vinyl cutter or if it's smarter look at how we deal with frequent calls with the fire department to reduce those. Just whenever we figure out creative ways to save some money, I love that.
Great. Other thoughts?
I guess part I just want to reflect back, the last couple of years have been rough. And not only public safety, but also public works. We have maintained, at least to the public, we've maintained what they perceive as level of service. Okay. NPDES 2, if I get the initials right, can be very scary. And we have maintained our accountability to that throughout this. It can be scary on the bad side if we get out of whack with that. They can be very onerous back on us. So kudos to Public Works in doing that. Kudos to fire and police. It's been a rough couple of years with staffing and everything else, yet I have not heard citizens asking me, where are they? We've still been there through all this. Good job.
Okay, thank you. I want to make sure all council members have had an opportunity to respond and comment. Okay. What are you hearing that's giving you pause or a moment of heartburn? Go ahead, please.
Well, isn't that a separate list of sticky notes? It says, what didn't we do, or what are we missing in approaching all this? So I don't have any heartburn with this stuff because it's all accomplishments, great things we did.
Did or are doing.
Are doing.
Yeah, yeah.
So I don't have any heartburn with what's up here. It's not spicy food. I mean, do we want to have a conversation of what are our deficiencies, or what didn't we do?
Well, we did that yesterday with what's missing. So this is in response to that and to address it and to reassure or indicate what's coming down the pike. But also the what's missing data, so to speak, is stuff that staff will take and make sure that if there are gaps in council's knowledge around things that actually aren't gaps, they'll make sure, and that was part of anything that came up that they maybe felt you needed to know about, showed up here as well. And they can use that as they develop more of the implementation plan towards the success indicators. Is that a fair summary, Mike and Catherine? Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, if my memory is serving me, I believe that the missing list was generated by elected and appointed officials.
Yeah.
But not from staff. So I am positive that there are probably things that we missed. That we were looking for highly visible things that staff are saying, hey, you're just not aware of this big problem because it's not really a public facing thing, but we really got to get this done. And I just don't know what it is. So I would really like to know another column from staff of things that are missing, things that fell through the cracks last year. That maybe we need to get to. Maybe the ship sailed on it and we're not going to get to it because we missed the window. Whatever those things are, I want to know. But the other thing that I just wanted to mention that still gives me a bit of heartburn, keeps me up at night, is some of these big projects on the CIP that are going to be expensive, and they're going to take some heavy lifting to get them done. I want to see them done, but that doesn't mean that they're going to be easy things to finish.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't want to bend anybody out of shape with this, but it is something that I've been thinking about over the last day or so. And I guess it's kind of a philosophical thing around the idea of affordable housing. I know that there are requirements that we make it happen, that we build affordable housing. But I guess I'm wondering if, is that something that we're shoehorning into our town that doesn't necessarily, that isn't necessarily, it is not necessarily a felt need, but rather one that we're trying to force in. And my question is, do we have the town to support the folks that would live in affordable housing? And are there other things that we need to be thinking about with regard to, we talked about economic leakage, and people going to other places to spend their money. And I'm wondering if the idea needs to be different. If we got all of the units that the state is saying, or the county, I can't remember if it's the county or the state that's imposing on us, of affordable housing somehow built in Snoqualmie. I don't know where. We definitely have to annex space for it, but if we got all of that built, how would those people afford to live in Snoqualmie? And how would they not be going out of Snoqualmie to go to more affordable places to have their dinners and do their shopping? So I guess I don't have a, it's not an agenda of mine, but it's just a question of, is our city built for the amount of affordable housing that we're being assigned to build? And would people who would live in that housing enjoy living in Snoqualmie?
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, so have some similar thoughts. I just want to say, I think it's really important to stop for a minute and focus on accomplishments. I think it's really important to do it as a council, because I think we spend our time focusing on things that need to be solved. All the department leaders spend most of their time coming and talking to us about things they need us to support them in solving. It's fantastic when the police chief comes and says, hey, I've got some new officers. We're all thrilled when that happens. But he talks to us about the need to fill those positions, and he talks about the filling of those positions. He doesn't come and talk to us about, by the way, here's some great things that happened in the police department this month and last month. These are things we're really excited about, that staff's excited, accomplishments we had. I picked on the police chief because he was the first one I saw moving left to right here. That would be true of every department. So I think it's great that we stop and spend a minute and try and acknowledge that as a chance for us on the council to say, we actually do see that, you guys, and we're really thrilled with what you've accomplished. So that's great. As I look at that chart now that looks complete, though, the thing that I'm most thinking about is concerns I have about, have we, the council, done our job? And so far, I'm not convinced we have. Meaning, and maybe, look, we got a whole day ahead, I know, so I don't want to sort of get in front of things, but I would say, in my mind, is the missing stuff, the opportunities, the threats. What guidance do we have to really get in on that? And I'll say it this way, give guidance to staff. But what I really mean is have staff and us aligned as to how we're going to try and do these things. Look, I know we're not supposed to say this, but we just have to at some point. The PSRC, who assigns those housing targets, that housing's not happening in Snoqualmie. That's just an economic reality. There simply is no developer that's going to do that in the land we have. It's just not going to happen. In fact, just to be clear, even half of the low-income housing, meaning 30% IMI and below, even half isn't going to happen. It's just math. It's not going to happen. We can want it. We can do all the things in the world. It's still not going to happen. Okay, well, what can happen? So these are the things we're trying to deal with. I look at that CIP that was brought up. Guys, that CIP isn't going to happen. There isn't enough money. So we haven't gotten to the place where we really go in and make tough decisions as a council. It's great that we're sort of seeing things together, but now how do we take that and turn that into decisions, hard decisions, things that we say no to, or at least no in the short term, so that we really give that clarity. I think when we give everything that's up there to staff, they look at that and they think, well, that's about 10x what can actually get done. Which ones were the most important? So I really think there's some really tough things that we've got to drive to. They're all up there on the missing opportunities and threats. And I hope we really drive into that and help staff with clarity, at least the council's clarity on what we think should be done.
Yeah, I wanted to respond to a couple of things here. As far as the need for affordable housing being generated from within the city, I think looking at who works here. A lot of the folks who work here literally at the city, for the city, as well as for the school district, and for a lot of the various businesses that we have here, they cannot afford to live here. So the people who work here just can't afford it. So that is something that is here that generates a need for affordable housing. Another thing is that we are part of a greater metropolitan area. We are not on the far eastern side, northeastern corner of the state where there isn't a metropolitan area within a 2-hour drive. We're pretty close. We are well within commuting distance of our major cities. So whatever kinds of housing problems those cities have, they automatically affect us. And then the last thing was, I just want to mention again about those targets, is that we are not required to actually build all of that housing. It's that we are required to come up with a plan for how we could have that housing. So we do need to do that. It just doesn't have to be actualized.
So having been around Growth Management Act since its inception, going back to 1986, when the first conversations were around this whole idea that spawned GMA, and just kind of level set everything, one of the things, my greatest concerns is that small cities, especially cities like ours, we have a choice. We can either take what the state gives to us and tells us to do, or we can take the reins and say, this is reality. Those numbers that we're dealing with come through the State Department of Commerce, and those are fed to the Puget Sound Regional Council. Where we have the challenge is in our own advocacy back to the state. And this is where our regional cooperation efforts can pay off for us. Other larger cities have lobbyists, paid lobbyists that can help track the legislation that's important to their councils. And we're kind of depending on the city of Covington, city of Issaquah for guidance, but it doesn't truly represent our challenges. And you can look at the numbers coming through the Department of Commerce and say those are unrealistic. And the one that's most unrealistic is emergency shelter housing. They still have yet to define what emergency shelter housing is supposed to be, and they have yet to define what portion of the 0 to 30% AMI. And that was going back months ago in discussions through King County Affordable Housing Committee when I asked that question, and it is yet to be answered. And so what happens is we kind of get steamrolled, and to the staff, our staff does what the state tells them, and we just don't have the purview from our side to be able to kind of intercede or go back to the Department of Commerce and say, this is unreasonable. So I totally agree with everything that is being said. We just need to coalesce around, you know, those data points, the facts that are there, because they clearly say that this is unreasonable, it's unsustainable. We don't have the water rights, we don't have the land, and we don't have the resources. And then we've got other outside factors like mental health. I mean, we're not prepared to take on another sizable project at this point. We've heard from the chief, the police chief, the fire chief, of the additional responses as we try to accommodate and take our share of those residents that are coming into the area. So we have to be better at advocating for ourselves because we're advocating for our citizens.
The mayor has the mic to respond there.
So regarding the numbers, you're right, it'd be great to have a lobbyist, right? Send the legislatures, but what we do have is there's some great directors, and one of them is Emily Artecha, the community development director. And so we did a combined letter with other cities back to the Department of Commerce on these numbers. And then we also had conversations with them. So we have been pushing back on those numbers. The other thing is we've been working with King County, stating if we're going to have to do these numbers, that we need to be able to move in more property into the city. So we're also working through that. So there's different things that we are working on, but I agree the numbers are horrendous. So
I'm going to give you an opposing point of view. Yes, we had a plan that said we're going to put, I'll say, 10 pounds of feathers in a 5-pound bag. And I think every city is in that condition, and the staff is doing the appropriate thing to say the math doesn't work. After that, my personal opinion is our responsibility to the higher organizations is done. Our responsibility is to figure out how big of a bag do we have? How many feathers can we get into it? And how are we going to get those feathers? Those are things we can control. I'm not going to try to teach math to the state. Tell you the truth, they probably already know. But this is a political exercise to come with some unrealistic numbers. The second one, I do want a small important nugget that's up here. And maybe I'm diving into grass, but we've gone through if not a generational change, something bigger has just happened, and it's still petering out. as you do these stress events, families are going to get stressed. We do have a thing up there of mental health advocacy of how to get in. We're going to have people stressed. We're going to have people going beyond norm. Also, the advocacy we talked about of the fire department, where we're getting frequent calls from particular houses. How do we go in and help them to get into a situation? Those are great things. You got my thumbs up to go try to do those things. I'll admit it's a small nugget in the grand scheme of things, but it's an important one.
Yeah, I just want to briefly just touch on just a couple of things. I think what the mayor said is just so important. We do have fantastic directors that are really doing a great job with the state, and that's fantastic. And we benefit enormously from that. To Councilmember Watten's point, though, other cities that do better with us at regional and state governments, their electeds do more as a group than ours do. So here's what I'll just throw out as a challenge to each of us who are elected or appointed, which is think to yourself, how often does the mayor talk to our county council member? How often does she talk to our state representatives? I'll tell you, it's not infrequent. It's a big part of what she does on her job. I'll tell you, I talk to our to those people, each of them, multiple times every month. The challenge for each of us is, do all of us do that? Because I'll tell you, when I went through the election, I had this very deep personal moment where someone I knocked on a door and there was some kind of comment about politicians. I can't remember what it was, and I just had this sort of face to mirror moment of realizing I am a politician. Whether I like it or not, that's the job I picked. I know there's at least one other council member who's currently on the council I've talked about, sort of almost a revulsion almost at the concept of being a politician, but that's the fact, we are. So let's do politics well. Doing politics well means talking to those other elected. We've got to support our fantastic department directors. We've got to support what the mayor's doing. And if we're not talking to other electeds, look, that's how things partially get done in the world. That's how the message gets sent. That's how the importance of things to us is communicated. That's person to person. So if we could just all take that on more, I promise you, every one of those people will take your calls as an elected. I promise they will. They'll take your calls frequently and they will talk to you frequently. So we've got to do that to really help. And I think it'll help our city a lot. So that was longer than I meant to say, but I just wanted to pick up on that point that I thought Councilmember Watten was making, that we as council members really got to, I think, be in the game more than we are on this.
I just want to do a quick check-in. Were there are a couple of other pending comments? There's two things I want to get to, and I want to throw these out here so that you can be thinking about them. One thing I want to do is allow each of the council members to make some specific encouragement or appreciations for staff. It's emerging across the board, but I just really think given all of this work, it would be an appropriate pause and moment. So I'll let you form those thoughts so they can be specific gratitudes and appreciations. Second thing I want to do, emerging out of what Councilmember Mayhew just said, is check in with you the extent to which you want to talk about the work that staff needs to do versus the work that you as a council need to do. And we could get to some specific actions around that we can document, that we can look for shared commitment around. So with that said, I just want to allow the conversation to continue. Who's up next? Bob, did you have something?
I was going to follow up on some of this, but it's probably better. We're going to have with the council upcoming conversations about the comprehensive plan. I can share those then. With respect to the agenda and comment soon about sort of where this conversation should go.
No, I'm absolutely, all of this, the reason I'm being quiet is because this is your conversation to have.
I appreciate that.
And I just want to make sure that we're getting you to a place where you're at that decisional commitment level that I talked about yesterday, because today is when that happens. And I want to check in with you about where you want that decisional level to focus. Is it on staff projects or is it on council actions? Because I'm assuming to, I think Councilmember Holloway's point that staff is absorbing all of this and is going to have an action plan to start to bridge you towards these success indicators in the coming 2 years. So that's, you're giving them this information so they can come back to you with some of this. And with that, I'll go back to Councilmember Johnson and then
I just had two really quick last things that they wanted to clarify about affordable housing was, first of all, that we can't just pass the buck, because if we say that affordable housing is a problem for Issaquah, then Issaquah is going to say it's a problem for Bellevue, and then Bellevue is going to say it's a problem for Seattle, and then Seattle is going to say it's a problem for the whole region. So that's part of why it is our problem. And then the only other thing I want to mention here was that affordable housing for us, this is, I think, getting to some degree to perhaps what Councilmember Benson was suggesting was affordable housing for us could mean something different than it does for some of the other cities. I mean, honestly, for us, affordable housing is going to be in the range of like 80 to 120% AMI. I mean, if you're making 120% AMI, you're going to have a hard time finding an affordable house in Snoqualmie. Usually we think about affordable housing as being significantly lower numbers than that. But I mean, that's the reality, is it's hard. If you're making even a reasonable income, it's hard to afford our city. And you know, some of the other things like emergency housing, those numbers, I'm not sure to what degree those numbers seem to match our reality for the need in Snoqualmie. Emergency housing seems like something that that a higher density place that has more services would make more sense for. But anyway, I just want to make those quick clarifications.
so would now be an appropriate time to give you an opportunity to just allow each council member to articulate a specific gratitude or appreciation from what you've heard from staff?
I would like to hear what.
Go ahead. Absolutely.
Sure, just to chime in a bit on Councilmember Johnson's comments, that it is true, legally speaking, the city is not required to make affordable housing happen, to build it, or to build it in any particular quantity. The legal framework guides what you will have to include in the comprehensive plan in the housing element. And there are now more specific goals about identifying and analyzing affordable housing and making sure that the zoning will allow sufficient affordable housing to meet the targets that come from the regional and state numbers. And then the question is, if you just have a plan, will PSRC, which has now put itself in the regional sort of reviewing body role, which historically they did not have, will they approve it? So that's the framework. And so it's maybe less prescriptive in terms of getting units on the ground than maybe the press coverage or you might have thought. The second observation I was going to make is we are not the only jurisdiction that is looking at those numbers and saying we can plan all we want. How are we going to make this happen? I have a feeling these legislative changes are not the last word on this, but the first, that it will be something more like what the chief has been responding to in terms of, we had the Blake ruling, and then the legislature said, all right, no, possession's not unlawful. The police will just make referrals. And then there was fallout from that. And now the legislature is revisiting that, and we're going to see how that goes. And then they'll revisit it again. I think that's what's going to happen for housing. So it's not to say, everything's great. I don't want to be the Pollyanna in the room, but maybe it's not. We can do what we need to do in the planning, with Emily's efforts, and then see where.
Great. Could we maybe just, in your own heads, form, your thoughts around, we can close out part of this conversation, go to a short break. I'd like to regroup with Councilmember Holloway just to check in about what else you would like to do today in terms of discussion of these priority areas. Maybe we could do that during the break. And just see how far you would like, you're having a hopefully productive conversation here, and we can see the extent to which you want to continue doing that, or move on to some of the other items on the agenda. Is that okay? Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. So is there, which council member would like to start in terms of, echoing and building on the appreciations that we've heard throughout your comments? Something specific in terms of appreciation, encouragement, gratitude for the work of your staff.
I'll start. I think I don't understand what you're asking. And if it's what I think, then I'm extraordinarily uncomfortable with it. I don't.
I think you articulated an incredible appreciation a few minutes ago, and it was actually what reminded me that it was in my notes. So, so to the extent that you wish, you have said that. So
okay, then
I'm
I'll
not
just
sure
reiterate that, and I'll
yeah.
move on, which is, I'll just reiterate to staff. I think we don't spend enough time telling you what we see. We talk about it a lot, council members amongst ourselves. We think you guys are doing a fantastic job. The department heads, all your staff, just we do see that, and we all think you're doing a great job. I personally think you do a fantastic job. We have a fantastic set of people here at the city, and I'm thrilled to be associated with you.
I mean, I could pick any one thing from there that stands out as something that I'm thankful for. I think that what I'd like to thank the city staff for is for sticking with us through these last couple of years that have been really challenging, and for those of you who are new, for coming to Snoqualmie and offering us your expertise in your various fields. We are much better for your presence. Thank you.
So last week I was in Chicago. This week I got back here. As elected official, I can breathe again. Guys, compared to that state and that city, amazing. Okay, guys, I'll just put it that way.
Like literally breathe.
Literally breathe.
Right.
The streets are a pothole is a pothole. They accept. We don't. From a state-wise, they have way more. It's truly a financial survivability issue that state is fighting. We really don't have it to that level here. So we have issues. I'm not saying we have issues, but there's issues you can breathe through and work through. And that's what we did.
Turn their river green. Hopefully
it's non-toxic.
I came to this job with a remarkable, really breathtaking lack of understanding of how cities are run. And I've been totally blown away at the knowledge of the staff, like going through the mill site project, just, the ability to ask a question about development and get just a fantastic and immediate response from the staff, about the budget, the finance staff's knowledge of the budget and ability to just fire back an answer about, which of the 10,000 lines of that budget you have to look at to find the answer to your question. Legal, there's you can go to the legal team, Bob, and ask anything legal, and he's got a very specific response that answers your question. Parks and Public Works, if we have a question about, well, why are we doing the projects this way? There's always a reason for it. There's always a well thought out plan. So the fact that we have people thinking so much about these things that somebody who doesn't know what he's doing can ask a random question and get a very specific response immediately is testimony to what Jim was saying about how fortunate we are to have such a crack team.
Kara, you're up.
Would you like to go?
Sorry.
Sorry.
Sorry, mid-bite. Yeah, I mean, I think I've said it a few times when I've been consistently impressed by the level of sophistication and dedication that the folks of the city have shown. That's with respect to basically everybody. I mean, everybody really did a great job of pulling together. They're always on top of, it seems like basically every issue coming down the pipeline. I've been impressed with the financial forecasting, the degree of sophistication there. And just police and fire and Parks Public Works. I mean, the folks there are just doing an amazing job each and every day. And anytime I feel like there's been a concern raised, it's been addressed so quickly. And even despite issues in staffing levels and everything else like that, they've been able to keep the ship in order, keep the house in order, I guess. And I think it's amazing the amount of care there is. I think really shines through. So, sorry, I'm just chewing.
Thank you.
Right. I'm going to lead off with, first of all, a huge thank you to Jen Ferguson, Drew Boutte for their work on finance policy, the budget, the CIP. They've done an amazing job. The salary survey is incredibly important. To our IT, because they're few and they keep things running, and I deeply appreciate Chris and Andy and the rest of the team for their work on that. Police, I'm so proud of having such a great police department, and the more I get the chance to know Chief Phipps and not only the value that he brings to the job, but also his outreach in the rest of the community to help make sure that regionally we're doing the best with the resources available. And I deeply appreciate all the officers and the overtime they put in order to make sure that our streets are safe. The fire department and under Chief Carrera, his being accredited is something to be very, very proud of. I get the chance to work with Director Artecha, and it's a huge undertaking in a brand new city that you get to work with and figure out all of our dynamics. And then over to Mike and all that I hear from the community when it comes to snow plowing. And I get comments all the time from North Bend residents, how great the streets are in Snoqualmie, and even sometimes the plows keep going into North Bend to make sure. And then I've heard that North Bend has done likewise for Snoqualmie. So there's more cooperation between the two cities.
Sometimes it's not safe.
Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. Yeah. So excellent job. And finally to Bob for taking care of a lot of legal stuff And sometimes we don't always like the outcomes, but when I think back, I'm so thankful of having you in that role and know that we're being looked upon and cared for. So thank you. And to Mike, finally to Mike. Yeah, the other Mike. Yeah. Yeah. So thank you. I appreciate your calls every week before the council meeting. So it just shows that there's a lot of care. So very, very proud of the city government and the people that run it every day.
And I'd like to say one more thing. I know this is about the city staff, but I do also want to say that, you know, when I got into this job, it was really with a lot of cynicism and a lack of trust in government in general, and certainly elected officials. And one of the things that's been most heartening about my short stint on the council is to recognize that all the council members as well are really focused on the citizens. And yes, Jim's right, we're politicians, but I have not gotten the sense that people are doing this for political gain, that the reason they're here is representing the people. Well, maybe not Brian. But, no, but that's been just very encouraging to me that everybody whenever we're all in the council chambers, everybody in that room is there because they want to properly represent the citizens from the dais and in the audience as the staff. So I'm really thankful for that.
Yeah, I also wanted to thank our communications team for really stepping up the public facing communications on social media, email, newsletters, etc. I've noticed a substantial increase in the quality of those communications over the last year compared to what was before. So yeah, real kudos to those. And then, also IT, thank you for keeping the lights on and the network secure. You just keep doing your thing.
Great, thanks everyone. Well, let's take a break. Do you want 10 minutes, 15 minutes? Which is better? 15 do better. So we'll reconvene at 10:45 then, okay? Okay, folks, we have reconvened and we are back online. So I want to hand it over to Mayor Pro Tem to just transition us here.
All right, so part I want to do, start with a little bit of sanity check. So we've gone through the exercise. We've defined what success looks like. We've defined kind of what are our criteria to balance the options that come forward as part of that conversation. I think at that stage, we can transition to staff and administration and let them start to talk about, okay, what are the plans to start pursuing those success things you want? And how does that fit with the criteria? And we can continue that conversation outside of this meeting as part of our normal business. Having said that, is there anything anybody feels that we've kind of left out in the conversation and not quite ready for that? All right, hearing no objections, I'm going to move on then and propose that we start getting into the next steps of the agenda, which is going to be, governance. Let's talk about how we move forward from there. How are we going to engage with ourselves? What's the policies along those? And they'll lead us through the conversation. Then we'll lead into another step in that is a strategic plan. So what are the big rocks we're going to move forward, and how we're going to develop defining those big rocks into our strategic plan. And we'll talk community engagement. With that, I will turn over to our facilitator and we'll proceed on.
Great, thank you very much, Ryan. So, as Brian just covered, now that we've identified council's priorities for the couple of years ahead, we're going to reflect together on how we do this work. So again, this is a retreat. It's that rare opportunity to step away from your day-to-day activity and business as usual and be a bit more reflective and to connect as a team of partners working on behalf of Snoqualmie. So I'm not going to remove all of this right now. We do have, actually, I want to get a picture of it with the Post-its on it, which I should have done a second ago, but let's just get a quick picture of the collective. Let's see. So I just want to take down one of them so I can replace it. Oops, apologies for the noise into my microphone. So, so now we're going to work on this. So, and Cara and Jen, does Jen have access to the board, Andy?
I do not have access to the board.
Okay, I'll make sure you get it, but I'll read this question out. Cara, it's already on the board and I'll find it and pull you to that spot in just a second. But the question that we have today, actually, who's got a microphone? Brian, go ahead and read this out for us, will you please?
Okay. What practices will enable us to collaborate and as an effective and thriving governance?
Okay, great. And let me just bring Cara to where the question is.
Because I couldn't quite hear what Brian said.
Okay, let me do it again. What practices will enable us to collaborate as an effective and thriving governance team?
Okay. Sorry, folks, just zooming in here so that Cara can see this. Okay, I can't lock it. Okay, so so we're talking about council and staff assembled here as a collaborative entity, as that governance team. So how you all work together as council, as a governing body, how you all work together with staff, and how collectively you work together across both of these teams. So let's just confirm the question. What are some keywords that stand out here? Say again. Collaborate. Okay, another keyword. Effect.
Practice.
So did you say team, Perry? Okay. Okay. So let's just do a quick cross check. What are words that are maybe synonymous with effective? What's another word or a word you think of when you think about effective or an effective team?
Thank you. Okay, so I think it comes back to the team aspect, that we're not islands and we have to work together.
Okay. Words that are synonymous with effective. Successful. If you shout them out, I'll just repeat them so we don't have to wait for them, Mike, every time. Any other words that you think about when you think about an effective team? Like think about, for example, you know, I don't want to say the wrong team because I'm not a sports fan, but like think of a sports team that you're familiar with. I don't want to pick any because I don't actually know. But what are they doing that makes them effective, the winningest team?
Synergy.
Good synergy. So, and define synergy, Rob.
Is when you get two ideas put together and you have an even better outcome.
Greater than the sum of the whole. Yeah. Okay. Brian, you look poised to say something.
Yeah, I'm not sure the sports team is a good analogy because it's one goal. We have many goals. So thriving, effective in mind is also creative conflict. We're going to have those dissenting conversations and balanced meeting to pick how much at each goal are we going at.
Functional. And how do you know something is functional? What does it look like? Functional, successful, effective.
That we're able to get things done,
Okay.
achieving what we're set out to do.
Okay, it looked like Joe had something.
First, do we have a way that we're tracking Kara? Because I can't see the hands.
Oh yeah, Andy. Sorry, we can take that off and put Kara back up if you don't mind.
Just want to make sure that we're tracking that. Okay.
Thanks.
And then I had a word and then it just escaped me. Oh man, what was
Well,
it? It'll come back to me.
Yeah, and why don't you pick us off if you wish on, you know, what's something that
Compromise. That's the word.
Compromise. So
Compromise. Yes, that we are willing to make compromises. In the modern American politics, sometimes it feels like compromise is a bad word. I think that that's how we've made some of our greatest gains in this country.
great. And so what about thriving? Let's pay some attention to that word. What does thriving mean to you? Bob, go ahead.
Sustainable.
Okay.
And by that, I mean, sometimes for example, last year, the group was very effective at repeated long meetings over months at a time, and there were great outcomes. And we don't all do our best work at 9, 10, 11 o'clock.
What you mean that's not one of the practices that you want to encode?
Anyway,
Okay.
that's a long explanation, sorry.
Okay, so other thoughts in terms of thriving, what it means to you and what personally is the kind of environment in which you thrive. Say more about healthy, Mike.
There's not much growing in the sewer plant. So you got to have a healthy environment to be able to grow and thrive.
Okay, that was a public works metaphor. That was really good. Oh yeah, Kara, go ahead, please.
I was just going to say that, you know, obviously we need open communication, open dialogue, making sure that as we're having that open dialogue and having our different viewpoints, just that everybody is treated respectfully.
So respect. Is that what you said?
Yeah, and just making sure that to the extent that there's disagreement on a point, that we keep it on the point, and then we could all move on and remember that we're all moving forward with the same goal of making Snoqualmie the best that it can be.
So focus on the point, not the person.
Yep.
Great. Okay. So what would you say is the significance of you as a team, as a governance team around this table, answering this question today? What's the significance of us answering this question? What practices will enable us to collaborate as an effective and thriving governance team? Go ahead, Bob.
So the significance of the question is it gets to the how, the other sheets on the board speak to the what and the targets for the year. And this question is getting to how are we going to go about as a team achieving this?
Great. Other thoughts about the significance of this question?
So I'm going to do the history lesson. Past council, there was members who the answer to the question of can we work together was no. Okay, at that stage, just making decisions of how fast paint dry become difficult. So it's important for us in our responsibility community that we do work together respectively. We get the positions out and we do have that conversation coming to the best possible solution, not the perfect, but best possible solution as we seven see it. So this is important. We got to be able to do this respectfully, getting the issues out. Otherwise, paint drying conversations is just absolutely not fun.
Great. And Joe, did you have something you were reaching for a microphone?
No,
Okay. Go ahead, please. Yes.
So I think this is just a big thing for us all to think about, which is there's a couple different ways to do politics. Unfortunately, I think some of the politics in this country model horrible behaviors, just horrible. And I think we all, try to do better. I think we can. Here's what I'd say is, I think we're doing this well, and I don't know exactly how to frame it the way you exactly asked it, but I think the point of a conversation like this is to just sort of think about how do we want to do politics. One way is I just think about the fact that every time Brian says something, I disagree with him. So therefore, what I can do every time is I have a choice. I can sort of say, Brian, you're just wrong. And then that's one kind of conversation. And you can think about where comments like that lead. Or we can think about saying things like, Brian, I think your comments that green is better than blue, or I think there's a lot of things to be said for blue being better than green, but what do you think about yellow? Meaning, how do I find some? So somehow that was meant to imply that yellow was in blue or green or something. I don't know. Anyway, the point is, how do I seek to influence him, but also to find common ground so that it's not position A or position B, and we just sort of bash at each other, and then the vote's taken, and staff sort of sitting back and going, "Ooh, what do I make of the fact that those guys were divided there? What does that mean for future support? How just all the questions that go along with it, versus can we find a way to get to the best outcome?" Right? Someone said politics is the art of the possible. So if we take that point of view, how do we listen to each other, try to find the common ground within what we're saying and try to get the best solution? I think it's something we have to think about. And as I was listening to the conversation, that's what I was getting out of that conversation, is that you were trying to get us to think about how is it that we want to do that, right?
And we'll go a little further on that.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Jim. So before we move on to the next segment, so what's the importance for the community of us being able to answer this question? What's the importance to the community of this? Like, why are we spending time on it right now? What difference will it make to the community when we answer this? Oh, Kara, sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, unless we can have effective communication and effective conversations, we won't be able to get anything done, or we'll be able to get things done, but not in the best way that we'd be able to. Those bog us down in other issues, and we may not be clear-headed enough to make good choices.
Great. Go ahead, Ethan, do you have a microphone, please?
It's not newlywed game. It's wired.
Wired benign. That's good. That was good. That was nice. I think that the reason this is an important question is because although maybe on a larger scale, maybe on a national scale, it may be attractive to the electorate for the government not to get things done. At the local level, they do want things done. At the local level, people want proper law enforcement and fire and water and all that kind of stuff. So effectiveness at a local governance level is really important because it actually has an impact on people's daily lives.
Right, great. So go ahead, Joe.
Yeah, I think kind of maybe rephrasing that to some degree is that I don't think that the people care about blue, green, and yellow. What they do care about is whether or not we fill in the potholes.
So efficient approaches and getting things done. So there's a great quote that says, we anticipate more or less clearly our entire future at every moment. Rob, did you have something you wanted to add?
Very quickly, it's about healthy governance, and I think we went through an era where that was not really the case. So it's nice being back to healthy governance.
Well, and in that spirit, what we want to create in the next probably, probably an hour to 75 to 90, it depends how briskly we do this, is that shared picture of how we want this governing body and governance team to function. So government is full of high performing folks. It's obvious in the day and a half or so that I've been with you, and there's lots of vision, little time, sometimes scarcer resources, and people are bringing a lot of passion to this, staff and council members. And the fact that you care for your community so deeply is really very apparent here. So let's pause and just see what are the practices we can take. So if we and when we define this, it makes it easier for us to then turn that into things that you do, or maybe institutionalize some of those and make conscious choices. This approach will help us get to where we want to be, this won't. So I'm going to offer you a few prompts, and what we're going to do is basically a little bit of a consensus conversation. So Mark alluded earlier to differences of opinion, or I think if I paraphrase it a little bit, Mark, divergent thinking, so creative disagreement, whatever. So this conversation really calls on you to have that divergent thinking, to think of all these different ways, so that you gather your own individual thoughts. We'll do some group sharing, and then we'll look for consensus across the columns and put a name on it and say, this is the practice that we are talking about here with these behaviors. So so I will get the wall ready for that exercise as you move into a little bit of individual thinking. So so maybe think about a time. Hang on one sec. Okay, so let's pretend it's, let's cast forward 4 or 5 years, and the governance team is just like second to none. It's 2026, 2027, and Snoqualmie is actually being visited by a team from Harvard's Innovations in American Government, because you've won an award for the incredible collaboration and effectiveness that the team, the staff and council have developed. You're basically being acknowledged across the country as a model of effective and thriving city government. So the Harvard person is here to interview you about what makes Snoqualmie's government so outstanding. And you're going to tell them about what it's like to work as part of this body. So in your own head, as you're thinking about that, because you're going to have to be interviewed by this person tomorrow, you're thinking about a time when you felt frustrated or discouraged, and things were not quite as good as they are now in 2027 or 28, when you felt like things were just not working the way they should. And you're reflecting on what was missing that you wish you could have had. So I encourage you to take any notes as you think of things. But as you think about what you wished you could have had, then you remember as things started to change, a moment when you said, yes, this is how it's supposed to be. This is how it's supposed to work. And so what was it that was making you feel like that? What had changed? What was different? What had shifted for you? And so as you're talking to the person and they're asking you about your work as part of Snoqualmie government, you're finishing these sentences. It's a standard practice that we always. So I'm inviting you to respond to these yourself and take some notes. So it's a standard practice that we always ... I often see us do XYZ. What is that? A practical example of what works for us is. A practical example is. And continue taking notes. In 2026, 27, as you're talking to this person, how are you describing the relationship among council members? How are you describing the relationship between electeds and staff? Talk to that person about your communication. How is the communication happening between electeds and staff? And what do you see from day to day as a standard practice? What about the way you're making decisions? Disagreeing, compromising, doing creative conflict, sharing divergent opinions? What's in place that helps that happen in a way that, as Cara described, focuses on the point? As you prepare for council meetings or upcoming decisions, maybe decisions that might be challenging or controversial. There was talk about the hard decisions that need to be made. What does the preparation look for? What happens before council meetings to help them be places of creative discourse? What happens during council meetings? What happens after council meetings? As you deliberate, what would people in the audience or watching online observe? The Harvard interviewer asks you about that one time in 2024 when a crisis emerged. How did you handle that? What was your approach? What was in place that enabled you to weather that crisis effectively and as a thriving team? As you continue to fill the positions in city government, as you renew and replenish on the council, what structures, practices, and relationships make it a joy to work for Snoqualmie? So I'm going to be quiet, get the wall ready, and ask you to review the list that you've written, review the notes, and endeavor to have 7 to 10 things that you see as important practices. Yeah, you're answering this question. What practices will enable us to collaborate as an effective, thriving governance team? So you're reviewing the brainstorm you just did, finishing it out, anything else that occurs to you as you reflect on this question. And then I'll ask you to identify, I'll identify some next steps. So just finish out your individual brainstorm for a couple of minutes while I move some things. Oh, Andy, you might want to start getting that Zoom set up. We need to put them in breakout rooms next. Yeah. Okay, as you finish off your list, how many have at least 7 items on their list? So the idea here is push through past, you know, the obvious ones and try and do some divergent thinking. What are some things that you think nobody else will have come up with? As you finish your list, take a look over it and mark the 3 most important practices that you want to share in small group. What are the 3 things that really, if you say nothing else, these are the things you want to offer? Just put a star beside those. Okay, we're going to move into 4 small groups. We're going to have Cara and Jen be in one of them, and Andy has them situated over there on a table. The meeting here will pause for the short term so that the small group discussions can take place. In the small group discussions, for the public record, participants will have no more than 2 council members in any group, and we'll be talking about their ideas that will then all come back into the main group and we'll hear them read aloud. So, instructions for the small groups. 1 item per card. Large writing. 3 to 7 words, please. Like, just name the practice, don't describe the whole implementation. There is no prize for an essay answer here, and you need to be able to read it. Sorry. And I'm going to be giving you an allocation of about 8 to 10 cards per group. So next steps will involve, in your small groups, you very quickly say, here are my 3 best ideas. You go to the next person, 3 best ideas, etc. And as something resonates for the whole group, or you build on your ideas together, write it on the card. So basically hit print as soon as everybody goes, yeah, I really like that one. So what you're coming up with are 8 to 10 cards per group that resonate for the group out of your collective ideas and other ideas that may come up as you're discussing. So this is creative process. Okay, any questions about what you've been asked to do? You'll have about 15 minutes for this bit. So that's why it's just really name the idea. Let's not talk about implementation, that's yet to be discussed. We'll see what ideas we come up with first. Okay? Any thoughts or questions? Anyone not clear about what you've been asked to do? So let's distribute council members at there's 3 tables down there, and there's 1 table here. So let's do 4 groups like yesterday, and council members. Councilmember Mayhew, do you want to just go to this group here right beside you? Thanks. Okay, and we'll pause the recording and move Jen and Cara into the other breakout, the other Zoom.
Hi, Jen. Hi, Kara. I sent you a link for the breakout meeting. Go ahead and join that, and I have a laptop to be set up on the table you'll be working with.
Is this the link from yesterday or is this a new link?
It's the same link from yesterday.
Okay. So we need to close out of this one and go to the other?
Yes, please.
Okay. Thank you.
Great. Okay, welcome back, everyone. Hope you had a good lunch. We're ready to get started back into our discussion that is answering the question, what practices will enable us to collaborate as an effective and thriving governance team? Before the break, you worked in 4 small groups to come up with some thoughts around behaviors, practices, actions you'd like to see. And we're going to have a look at those now. And ideally, what I'd like to do is every card that you wrote in your groups is going to come up on the wall. And what I'd like to do now is if you could pull for me your 3 or 4 most clear ideas, so clearest ideas. This is not about what are the best ideas, it's just about what's clear, what's something that folks will understand when we stick it up here. So if you can pull those for me, I'll come get them. Thank you. And I've learned that when I say the clearest ideas, that groups sometimes panic a little bit and go, oh, what about the rest of these ideas? But they'll all go up. They will all go up. So I've got from 3 groups. Where's the 4th group? So I got yours, Joe. So let's see. 1, 2, 3. Let's just take the top 4. What do you think? Oh, I had already asked him to do the clearest, so I'm hoping he put them in order and put them on top. So there's 4. Okay, so let's see what we got. And I'll read them aloud and then I'll try and get out of the way so Cara can see and you can see. So listen to most rational voices, not the loudest. Don't relitigate decisions. Sorry, what? Okay. Recognize diminishing returns in discussions. Budget for the forest, not the trees. Committee reform. Regional and local collaborations. Respect, no surprises rule. Improved communications with staff and community. More informal social committee chair, director communication and coordination. Okay, I'll try that again. More informal or social committee chair and director communication and coordination. Thorough staff analysis, including options, approval as well as disapproval or hybrid alternative. Assume good intentions. Council preparation pre-meeting, questions to staff in advance. Evidence-based decision-making. Let's see, 2, 4, 6, 10, 14. Identifying common goals. Question obvious assumptions. So I want to put that one back because I took too many from that group for right now. Okay, Cara, to what extent can you read these?
None at all, but I was hurriedly scribbling as you were speaking.
Great. Okay, it's too bad I didn't put stickies on. You could actually have typed them. But, okay, so we can definitely read more if you're saying, what was that one again? So my question to the group now is, where do you see 2 ideas that point to a similar practice? Oh, thank you, Andy. 2 ideas that point to, oh, actually, pause. Questions of clarity on any of these?
What's the second one that is yes?
Don't relitigate decisions. Do you have a question of clarity on what that means? Okay. Any other questions of clarity? Are we good? Okay, so
sorry.
oh, sorry, there's a shine on the screen. I cannot see you, Kara. So, so somebody flag for me when Kara's hands up.
Sorry about that. I was just trying to find out, there was one that was more direct or something, and I wasn't.
Right, yeah,
sure what it
more informal or social communication and coordination between committee chairs and directors.
Okay.
That's just paraphrasing it into a different order of words, but the same words.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so where do you see two cards that point to a similar practice? Yeah, go ahead, Rob.
Collaboration. We have regional, but I've seen that up somewhere else.
I don't see it. Maybe not yet. Maybe not yet, but I'm sure it will be. Where do you see two that point to similar practice? Perry, do you have one? Oh, clear the glare. Yeah, yeah, it's okay. Tara, do you have? Do you see two?
No, sorry, my hand was just still up.
If you want, you can put your chairs in a circle on the inside so you can see better. That's okay.
Can we ask for clarification?
Of course.
Committee reform.
Trying to figure out how we can have meeting as
Is it possible to get him to speak into the microphone?
Oh, yes, please. Sorry, Kara.
this will be better. Committee reform. So we were talking about reducing the number of committee meetings for the council and how we can be more effective with our time.
So the practice is basically around reevaluating how we use our time. That may or may not be the result of it. Okay, so something about time. No, it's okay. I'm good.
I wonder, like the no surprises rule, the preparation of advanced staff, those are probably very similar.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. So
what I said was the no surprises rule and council preparation.
Pre-meeting questions to staff in advance.
Right.
Similar practice. Yeah. Okay, thank you. Other similar practices that you see. Two cards. We're going to get a few different areas.
Can we add to that one thorough staff analysis involving options, approval as well as disapproval or hybrid intentions in that? Yeah.
Is that the same practice?
Give me a yes, no.
We'll put it in the general vicinity and we'll look for distinct pairs to try and get a broad spectrum of practices starting to emerge before we go cluster extra cards. So can I suggest improve communications with staff and community, and this informal social communication maybe points to a similar practice. So be thinking about, you know, what is the practice? What is the shift or change that we're talking about here? Okay. Other cards that, other pair that points to something similar. And Joe, can you read these okay?
Let's go with identifying common goals and possibly assume good intentions for the win.
So I should clarify, does the group, this is the group's consensus, so I will keep moving, that's my job here, moving the cards. If others agree, then okay, so is that Ethan being comedian Ethan, or is that Ethan being serious?
Okay, I don't know where this is coming from, Una.
So we can leave those separate until, go ahead, Mike, and then I'll come to, have you got a microphone? Or I'll repeat it for you, go on.
Relitigating decisions and conversations.
Okay, so don't relitigate decisions and recognize diminishing returns in discussions being suggested as two ideas that go together, point to a similar practice. Okay, Cara, let's hear from you.
I was going to say for two more that could go together, I would probably lump, or at least consider lumping evidence-based decision-making with listening to the most rational voices.
Okay, I'll do that. Can I double check? I'll put these two together and just make sure the group is happy with that. Don't relitigate decisions and recognize diminishing returns in discussions. Okay, there? Yeah. Yeah. Can you pass the microphone? Can we keep the microphones up and active so people can get them?
Yeah, I think that the intent behind those two were very different things.
Here.
Don't relitigate decisions. It's like, council has decided this, we're done. We're finished with that. Whereas recognizing the diminishing returns is we're trying to come to a decision and we're getting so far into the weeds that we're not really making any significant progress.
But you basically need to do a fist to five kind of approach and say, are we in principle in agreement?
Yeah, I think those are intended to be a little bit more different.
Okay. Does that explanation make you want to separate them, folks?
Yes.
Okay. So we'll put those back. So, and Cara, you had recommended evidence-based decision-making and what?
And listening to the most rational voices, not the loudest.
Where'd it go? Okay. Okay. Group agreement generally, yeah?
Well, I guess I got a contrary. I think evidence-based decision-making and the thorough staff analysis, including options, those two go together more than, I'm not downplaying listening to the most rational voice. I'm just saying logically, those two are closer together.
So if you were
evidence-based decision-making with staff presenting options, both pro, con, hybrid, whatever.
So would that be a preferable? It may end up in a cluster with this, but for now, do we want to put those, do all three go together? Do we want to leave it there? Leave all three together for now? If at any point you say, oh, that goes better with that, pull it out, put it with that, that's what I'll do. Okay, other pairs that you see? Let's continue to try and get a few more distinct pairs. For Cara and Jen, I invite you into this as well, please. Obvious assumptions, assume good intentions, identify common goals, budget for the forest, not the trees, committee reform, which is about how can we reallocate or use our time more wisely, regional and local collaborations, don't relitigate decisions and recognize diminishing returns in discussions. Other pairs or things that point to a similar practice or potentially could be grouped together as a similar practice.
Do we have regional and local collaborations with common goals? I can't see.
Okay.
And if not, could we move it that direction?
Super, thank you, Jen. Or Cara, thank you. Okay. What other pairs do you see there?
I mean, I suppose you could consider the link between question obvious assumptions and committee reform. Just because we've done something in a certain way in the past doesn't necessarily mean it's the best way to proceed.
Okay, I'm looking at the group to see there's some people kind of going, maybe. Do you want to do that, or?
If not, I take no offense.
We know that. Committee reform and question obvious assumptions. The common denominator, she said, was just because we've always done something some way doesn't mean we should continue to. I see some.
Okay, so I would put committee reform with don't relitigate.
And what are you proposing, Dina? Which one? Okay, we'll put that here. And what was Kara's proposal? Kara, what was your proposal? Question obvious assumptions and committee reform. So
Yeah,
I'm going to pick.
I'm not, to be clear, I'm not weighing in on the substance of that. I was just trying to find linkages between the remaining.
Find a common connection. Yeah, okay. So your proposal, what's the rationale, Dina, behind your suggestion that these two go together?
And really good questions come up at that committee that maybe the other committee might want to hear the answers to. So if staff are presenting issues, it should be to everybody. So everybody hears and has the opportunity. So
okay.
Sometimes they're siloed in those committees when it could be broader.
Okay.
So it's not really like when you assume good intentions, it's not that we're, trying to, it's not a negative. Committee reform is not a negative. We should look at it as a positive.
Okay. So do folks see that these two point to a same or similar practice, or?
I think what we're doing is right this minute relitigating a decision that's already been made, and that's kind of frustrating to me.
So what is the decision as you see it?
We already decided we were going to go forward with committees for this year.
Okay, and we're going to still have that on a card, because what we're going to name at the end of this outcome is a practice that all of the ideas that go under this. Just to clarify, step out of role a moment. All of these cards, we're not saying that they're all going to get done, that they're all going to be adopted. What we're looking for is what is the common thread that they're telling us, what's the wisdom, the kernel, the nugget that is pointing to a practice that we are all agreed on. So it can be there, even if it's never going to happen, or it's not going to happen for the next year. And shortly we'll distill some other wisdom out of it.
I think that just along that vein, then I think the don't relitigate past decisions then could go over there.
Okay, is this a practice that I think we're getting a little off track?
Piece, and I want to try and get it. I can see question assumptions. Yeah, questions of obvious assumptions and assume good assumptions and assuming.
Yeah.
Yeah, assume good intentions and question, but assume. So I think those two.
Okay.
I think the resolve are to maybe kick the can down on the conflict that.
Okay. I'm looking for some, I know it's post-prandial issues and we're up against that, but I need some visible feedback from the group as a whole so that it's not a single person's decision. So does it make sense that committee reform goes back here and we'll see where it might point to a practice at some point, and question obvious assumptions and assume good intentions point to a similar practice?
I would say maybe committee reform could go under identifying common goals, because it should be a collaboration between staff and council.
Okay, looking for some that makes sense. Seeing a little. Okay, so we're down to 3 cards and then the ones that you have. So spread out the ones you have in front of you and give me 2 cards that are completely different from what's up here on the wall. So budget for the forest, not the trees, is here. Don't relitigate decisions and recognize diminishing returns in discussions here. but something completely different from what we've already seen or heard. Do I have an assistant here, Brian? Okay, thank you. And hopefully you haven't given me everything, just.
Oh, I understand.
What?
I misunderstood the direction.
So what I'm wanting are cards that are different from the first wave of cards. And I don't need all of them. Whose are the purple? Who's purple? Yeah, is that yours? All right.
Good with that?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, I only want,
That's his one.
okay,
Not two.
that's the only one you've left?
Yeah.
Okay, hold
The
on
other
to,
one's
hold
black.
on to it then for a second. Can I have two,
Oh,
please? Actually, can I have three because you have so many?
It's very happy. But let's try.
That's okay. Sometimes
This one.
there just is counting. Okay, so listen up again. Look to financial model to forecast spending needs and resources. Be proactive and informed. Make agenda bills better, even if against. Open-minded to others and skeptical of ourselves. Celebrate good work and ideas of others. Speak to council reasoning first, individual concerns second. Active listening, not scoring points, build on what you're hearing, and respectful creative content. Okay, where do you see a new pair? Go ahead, Ethan. Reach for the microphone, please.
I think there might be several that you can clump together.
Just give me two for now, and then we'll build from there.
Respectful creative content and open-minded to others, skeptical of ourselves.
Okay.
I think those might actually go in that last column personally.
We're down here with the plus sign.
The observe, question obvious assumptions goes with the skeptical of ourselves, and then assume good intentions, I think goes with the open-minded to others, etc.
Looking for some feedback, folks? See a few nods, okay? Okay, Ethan, do you see another one that you want to add, or does somebody else hold the microphone up where we can see it so folks can get it passed around fairly quickly and this can keep moving? You said you'd another one then? Let's go to you and I'll keep an eye on Jen and Cara, please.
Yeah, I think I was thinking celebrate good work and ideas of others could go in that same group, really.
Okay, and do you see all of these as pointing to the same or a similar practice?
Yes.
Yeah, and we're seeing some head shakes on that one. So, well, maybe what's your rationale?
That it's both outward faced in having an open mind to others' ideas, and inward to say that, you know, none of us has the whole answer.
Okay, group, does that help you consider whether it should go there?
Might also go in the one next to it about identifying common goals and collaboration, good work and ideas of others.
Thoughts? See a couple of heads nodding, including Ethan's. So put it here potentially. What we're looking for is the same or similar practice. Okay, any other pairs that you see or places where cards down here fit with the 5 clusters that have started to emerge? Can you get a microphone up here?
How about active listening under the flower where it says respect?
Okay. So active listening, not scoring points, build on what you're hearing. So that kind of, you know, the pretend, what's the quote? Pretended listening, waiting to speak again. Okay, Brian.
Opposed to add and take all people right.
Okay, folks. See if you nod. Okay. Okay. Where do you see either a new pair or something that seems to point to, actually, let's do this. Respect, no surprises rule. Council preparation, pre-meeting, questions to staff in advance. Active listening, not scoring points, build on what you're hearing. Be proactive and informed. What's this generally about? Just one or two words. Civility. Okay. Listen to the most rational voices, not the loudest. Evidence-based decision-making. Thorough staff analysis, including options, approval, as well as disapproval or hybrid alternative.
Reason.
Reason? Reason? What was the other response? Okay, so quality decision-making. Okay. Regional and local collaborations, identifying common goals, committee reform, and celebrate good work and ideas of others. What's that generally about? Just one or two words. Team. Team. Okay. Question obvious assumptions, assume good intentions, open-minded to others and skeptical of ourselves, respectful creative content. What's that generally about? Respect. Okay. More informal social communication and coordination between, I presume, the staff lead and the council lead, right? Is that what that's about? And then improve communications with staff and community. What's that generally about? So comms and team building, relationships. Okay. What time? What time is it? Okay, so we're starting to get a little bit of gel forming or crystallizing happening here. Does that assist you? To what extent does that assist you in allocating any of these? Or do you see now another area of practice emerging? Can we pass the microphone back to Joe, please?
I think maybe making agenda bills better, even if you're against the underlying thing, is I think part of being a team is we're all on the same team.
I see a couple of head nods. I want to check for buy-in there online as well.
It may also be under quality decision making, because to the extent that we have more analysis, we'll be able to make better decisions, whether it's for or against.
I
And
see
guess
some
see how it
nods to
would
that.
differ.
You happy with that, Joe? Okay, thanks, Cara. Speak to council reasoning first, individual concerns second. Don't relitigate decisions. Recognize diminishing returns in discussions. Budget for the forest, not the trees. And look to financial model to forecast spending needs and resources. And what you see, what practice do you see? That make sense to folks? Some practice around fiscal. Thoughts, folks? Make sense? Good. Okay. Okay. We don't have to shoehorn anything. We can see there's another slew of cards still out there. So what I would suggest you do now is If you're able to confab with the people you talked with, if they're convenient to you, that's fine. If not, whoever has the cards will make a decision and then we'll weigh in. Look at where we've tagged these with general content labels and do a symbol in the corner of the one you think it belongs to and come up and stick it on the column. But do please do the symbol so I can check back and read those ones aloud. If you're not sure where it belongs or it's not obvious to you where it belongs, leave it blank, put it in the middle, and the group will help you decide. Yours are all up, okay. It's okay, we're just checking where the remaining cards are.
That is like me.
I think there's some over here. Ethan's working on ones. I must have accidentally taken all of your cards. I didn't mean to. Everything that's left, if you see a place for it, put the symbol on, slap it up. Okay, are these getting allocated? Hang on, did he just move that or was that there? Okay, full cancel. Okay. If you're not sure, you don't. Okay, well then, put the symbol on and we'll confirm it. Okay, and we'll just review these with everybody, see if the group agrees where they've landed. And super. Okay, so let's review what we got and read it aloud for. Do you have more? Do you have another one, Ethan?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's
really
a.
sure where to put it though.
Oh, so the idea then is leave it here and we'll help you figure it out. So into the column that is tagged civility, we've got respect, active listening. Into the column that says relationship, communications, team building, fully transparent city processes and metrics, virtual city hall. Into the column that is tagged quality decision making and reasoning, we've got don't relitigate decisions and recognize diminishing returns in discussions, which I think were already on the wall. We hadn't allocated them. Into team, we've put full council workshops for large items, collegial with mutual respect, and remember it's not about you. And then into respect, we've put employee recognition and assume positive intent. Are there any of those cards that you want to discuss, need clarity on, or would like to suggest an alternative location for? Microphone, please. I feel like the microphone police.
Committee reform was not allocated, so I'm confused how it got allocated back in under asterisks.
Where did it go?
It's third one down.
Oh. That was there, yeah.
I thought we had done it. All right. I stand correct.
I think it went down and then it went up again at some point in the discussion.
Whether we're for it or against it, I think it's under the category of work.
Yeah. Is that, yeah, we see some agreement there. What replay when it got put there, but I think that's a reasonable comment. Others seem to agree that it's under the category of that. And again, these are just, the consensus is up here, okay? These are just ideas that came, and just I say with profound respect, as I said yesterday. These are the ideas that as a collective, as a governance team, you're figuring out the practices that these point to, as opposed to these are the implementation of the top. That's not the case. Okay, anything else that got allocated in that last pass that you need to clarify what it means? or suggest an alternative location for it? Since you're all intently reading, I'm just
because
gonna
I
wait.
can't stand a card all by itself. Can we put expect high quality life under, where's our teaming one?
Where's the team one?
Yeah.
The star, the longest one?
Yeah, so why don't we?
Okay. Group, does that make sense? Okay. What other proposal do we have? Can we hear a little bit?
I'm sorry, I don't think it's relevant to the overall categories at all. I feel like it's I don't know, it's like we're trying to look at trees in a forest and that one's off in a desert.
Okay, and so all ideas
Okay.
all ideas point to some nugget. So even if we don't think it's relevant, let's ask for clarity. So could the group who wrote that card say a little more about what their intent was, or what practice maybe they were thinking about?
Chief, do you want to talk to this, or you, no? All right. The idea was that we're fortunate in that we live in a city where we can expect a high quality of life. The idea that, you know, it can be an issue for us that, you know, those light poles need to be painted, points to the fact that we live in a place where we don't have to worry about drive-by shootings and things like that.
Right. And so Ethan, in the context of the question that we're answering here, what practices will enable us to collaborate as an effective and thriving governance team? What's the practice that you're, you know, what does this look like? What's the practice it would look like?
I don't know that I see it in one of these. It was written to some of the brainstorming questions that we were given to begin with, but I don't know that it fits with one of these. I'm okay with an allocated, yeah.
Well, is there a practice? Can we make it a little more clear? Is there a practice? I don't like to take cards off the table because they're ideas from that group. So
yeah, I would wonder, could we turn that into the practice of that is one of the things that we consider all the time, is that we are trying to maximize the quality of life of our citizens. And with that, perhaps it could either go under reasoning, that's part of our reasoning process, or it could be under the financials that we need to be able to afford to continue giving and providing a high quality of life.
Because we're not focusing right now on the community. We've done that work in the last day and a half. What we're focusing on now is the good of this group, the governance team that is going to be carrying out this work. So
when he's like, could the practice be that that's what we always keep in mind that we're trying to provide?
That's a filter in the work that you do.
So you'd put it in the coffee cup column? No?
Are you talking, Ethan, about, is your group talking about a high quality of life for council members and staff?
No, it's talking about Snoqualmie and our expectations for Snoqualmie.
So
I agree with coffee mug.
I think it possibly goes under reasoning and decision making. Go ahead, please, Councillor.
Honestly, can we move on? I think I just don't care if it's in a group or not. What I really care about is how do we do some of these things? Because I think if we actually put our mind to it, there are things screaming at me off of this page, like the notion of no surprises, meaning the first time I see agenda bill shouldn't be the first time I see the content of the agenda bill. By the time I see an agenda bill, wouldn't it be great if I knew that was coming, had already given whatever input I had? So what does it mean to be no surprises? And then we're not surprising back to the people that wrote the agenda bill with a bunch of questions so I'd really love to see us spend our time. How do we do this better?
Right. And
not arguing about which thing it goes in.
Well, what we try to do is not take anybody's ideas off. Is this group saying, where do you want that? Well, let's this group decide where it goes based on their rationale.
Yeah, we can put it in coffee cup.
Okay.
I agree with coffee cup.
We've decided that. Okay, so absolutely the idea is that we figure out what are the things we will do. That comes after we name what these practices are. So we're going to get to naming these practices. What's the nugget of wisdom in each of those that we all agree are things that we need to adopt, build into our practice? In our closing of this segment, these ideas that are on white cards are available to you. If some of them are like, let's just implement this right away. And I know this is not the one, but okay, let's do this because this is what impact it has on this practice. Then that's good. But what I would encourage you to think about here is ways you can pilot something that you can say, let's make this adjustment or change, test it. A couple of council members and a staff member be responsible for figuring out what does this look like, take a practice idea into implementation and so on. So you can figure that out afterwards. What we'll do now is really name these, and let's start with the longest one, which is tagged as team. So I'm going to read the cards out loud for the benefit of basically everybody, since you can't see them. So what we've got here, and I'd ask you just to listen for keywords: regional and local collaborations, identifying common goals, committee reform, celebrate good work and ideas of others, speak to council reasoning first, individual concerns second, full council workshops for large items, collegial with mutual respect. Remember, it's not about you. What is a keyword here? I'll take several and just, I'll repeat them so we can speed things up. Where's the word team on these cards? Common. Okay, what else is a keyword here? Collaborations. Okay. Committee. Other keywords you're seeing? There's respect. Okay. So look at this column of ideas. So for you personally, what feels really significant out of these ideas?
Greater involvement by more participants.
Okay. Others? Why does this column of cards matter? Why did these ideas come up in the first place? What is it we're wishing for?
Leveraging the expertise that may be outside of the council.
Okay. Can I, Dina, would you mind helping me out by taking notes of some of these ideas that come up? If you don't mind, you can do it standing if that works better. Because at a certain point we'll say, oh, what Rob said a minute ago, and Rob won't remember. That's the problem here. So we want to capture some of these until we see what's grabbing us.
You're absolutely right.
What did he say? What did you say? Accessing information outside, expertise outside of the council was one. So what's the practice that we're trying to name here? Because ultimately what we're trying to answer is this question, not go off and answer a different question. So what practices will enable us to collaborate as an effective and thriving governance team? So in this cluster of cards, what is the practice that is being pointed to? Respectful collaboration? I'm looking for. No, you feel free to build on it if you've got. So is that the practice that we're naming? Respectful collaboration? Does team come into it, or is that implicit? And how would this practice look if it was implemented? How would you know it if you saw it?
if we did the things that it says. If we celebrate the good work of others, if we were collegial with mutual respect.
What difference would this make? Like, how would this shift your work?
I think it's a reallocation of time too. So be able to do more regional and local collaboration, we need to give something up that we've been used to doing that's taking our time away from doing that.
I'm sorry, say that again.
We are litigating. I respectfully do not want to entertain the conversation. So help me through this, because I'm on a hard spot now.
So
I warned this hard spot from the planning of this. Okay? We have talked meetings. If you want to bring something new to the table, bring it to the table, reintroduce the conversation. But I don't want to have the same conversation.
So take committee reform off there. Just take it off. I think we can finish this conversation with that card off. Just pull it down. The one that says committee reform, take it off. I know you don't like take cards off. Take this card off.
So what I'm hearing is that's not up for any change. What I'm also hearing is that it's pointing to something around team collaboration that we're in the process of naming that can have nothing to do with whether every one of these is implemented or whether you implement it in a different way. But what I'm trying to get at here is not to put anybody in a difficult situation or relitigate something. It's to name the consensus that is emerging from these clusters of cards and this wisdom. So what is the practice that we are talking about here that would help us as a collaborative team?
Yeah, I think that the idea of being a collaborative team would mean that we would do the items that are listed there that relate to collaboration. That doesn't mean any of the specific things that we have already talked about before and that we've already litigated and that we already have taken a position on as a full body council. So I think that we could probably move forward.
So the proposal on the table, Dana, what was the phrase that we were offered? Collaborate something? Okay, so if we can put a verb in front of that, I think we'd be there. So the practice that we're saying we want to adopt is something respectful communication or collaboration. Practice or prioritize or whatever. Does that make sense as something that would be a value or a practice that you will function around?
Sure.
Is that right? I want to make room for some of the voices we haven't heard from. No, go ahead, please.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
No, I think you've got it right. I think the challenge is, what did that actually mean?
Yeah, and that's why I'm
I
trying to
think
talk
our-
about what difference it would make or how do we do it?
Yeah, because I think we all, my sense is everyone in the room agrees with the three words you just said. But I think maybe we don't all see that, what that means the same way.
Mhm.
That's what I'm sort of wondering. So,
Right.
you know, for me, you know, if I'm on the losing side of an argument, I might like to see that go a different way. And I think if I'm really living that, then what I say is, you know what, that's decided. I'm done with that for now. I accept that.
Okay.
So, but that's hard. We always want the other one to do that. We never want us to be the one that has to do that. So that's, you know, to actually live into that is hard. And so what does it mean to live into, what were your three words?
It was practice or prioritize respectful collaboration.
Yeah. So what does that mean? So part of that means I want to hear, I'm going to pick on Ethan. I want to know when Ethan disagrees with me. I want to fully understand his disagreement. Then I want to do the things up there. Think about, holy cow, is he right? I mean, obviously Ethan's rarely right. So it kind of goes without saying, but that he's probably not. But, so it means actually seeking the other point of view. Right. And I think we have a big tendency, the six of us, seven, I'm thinking about the six of us, not trying to drag you into it, Mayor, but the six of us maybe want to, maybe we mean by this, hey, whichever the dissenting voice is, can you just shut up? And I think we've got to say, no. What was it? Respectful
collaboration. So
Respectful
practice,
collaboration.
it's whatever.
So you know what I want to hear? I want to hear from directors. Hey, here's the con of that or the pro of that. I want to hear the facts. I want to hear their interpretation of that. I don't want them arguing the politics of it, but I want them telling us, hey, here's the other view. I want to hear from the other council members. Hey, here's the other view. Then we reach a decision. Now that's done. We all get on, we either get on board or we zip it because that's done. So I think, how do we live into that is our challenge.
So council member, what I'm hearing you say, and I want to check in terms of naming this value or practice that you're proposing, is actually seek alternative perspectives before deciding as a practice. Is that what has been articulated? And this is the conversation that I was wanting you to have. So please do feel free to continue.
I'd like to, just add on to what Jim's saying, or what I'm hearing him say, is to advocate for opposing views so that they can be vetted and heard, and that all of our votes are not going to be 7-0. And it's important when it's 5-2 that the position held by the two is heard and considered before we move on. So I feel like that's what you're saying. And I totally agree with that.
So in terms of naming this one, and I want to keep an eye on Cara and see her thoughts, and let's bear in mind, this is also a governance team conversation. So I would invite staff, seek or advocate for alternative perspectives before deciding, what is the name of this that really is about being an effective governance team? What practice is this pointing us to that will enable us to collaborate, effective, thriving team? So did Jim name it there with seek alternative perspectives before deciding? I'm seeing Perry nod. I'm seeing a couple of nods. Others? Brian, the reason that we're still talking about this is that prioritized respectful collaboration is a strong value. And what does it look like? So one of the things it looks like, how to know it if we see it is what we need to name it, is to seek or listen to alternative perspectives before deciding.
And it's, I guess, categorization. Subordinate ordinate. Let me go through it. I think a collaborative team, there's three components. One, you're doing that work up front so that you're doing evidence-based decision, and you're seeking those creative conflict of alternate views in making that decision. You do that before you make the decision. Post the decision, we should be able to state the council made this decision because here were the considerations. And I'm not saying you end there. If you feel strong enough, you say, but I had other concerns. But at first, post decision, you reflect what the council position was. Third part, and I'll take case in point, streetlights at Fisher. Okay, we had long drawn out discussions on that, and decision point of why we did that. Now we may say the traffic volume has changed, or we go to Snoqualmie Hills West and the traffic volume has changed. That is a change in condition that then opens up the conversation again. But unless there's a change in condition, you don't go back and litigate. That's respectful collaboration. So it's a three.
Okay.
And I would just add on, I think the extreme version of what y'all are talking about is that if I vote against your position, I don't do it until I could argue it. Until I could argue your position, but I'm not ready to vote against it. So having enough understanding that you could actually argue the other side that you don't agree with, I think is the extreme version of that.
Okay, and we have several clusters here between, I see elements of what Brian just described as the 3 different stages in all of them. Right now, we're just naming this one. So can we name this one? Let me just say to you, these are not written in stone. These are your practices and procedures and values that you can, to use the word, relitigate whenever you want to, if you don't like the way they're wording. But let's go back to the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Seek alternative perspectives before deciding. Does that express the idea that you're reaching consensus on adequately enough for us to write it on a card and put it at the top of that column? Oh,
Just very quickly, I would probably replace the word seek with understand.
okay.
Let me restate my point. I think the top of the column is correctly labeled already as collaborative teaming. That what we're talking is subcomponents of that, such as active listening. It's all the other things, but the title I'm suggesting is already up there. It's collaborative teaming or something like that.
Teamwork.
So the word team is just a tag that what's this about? We're naming it now. So this is where the consensus happens, and this is where I would expect these hard conversations to happen. So just for the good of the order, what is the title of this? Is it prioritize or practice a respectful collaboration? Is it understand alternative perspectives? Is it seek alternative viewpoints? What is it? Kara, you're unmuted. Do you have a contribution?
I just like something along the veins of prioritize collaborative decision making while seeking alternative viewpoints, something along those lines.
That.
Formulated it.
Second.
Kara, could you just call that out again? Because we got buy-in here for that. So I'm going to write it down.
Oh, I was just speaking. I don't know if I can. It said prioritize collaborative decision making while seeking alternate or evaluating
Understanding
opinions, options. I don't know.
Okay, I think I got it.
Sorry.
Okay, so in order to make it fit, I shortened one word. Prioritize collaborative decision making while seeking to understand others. That kind of covers it. And if it's any comfort to you, I hope, and again, I'm going to touch some wood. The first one's always the hardest, and after that, we get into the swing of it. So, so the next longest column here is quality decision making and reasoning, and that's just our tag name. We just need to check how we're going to name that as a practice. So listen to most rational voices, not the loudest. Evidence-based decision making, thorough staff analysis, including options, approval as well as disapproval, or hybrid alternative. Make agenda bills better even if against it. Don't relitigate decisions, and recognize diminishing returns in discussions. What are some keywords here?
Evidence-based rational analysis.
Rational analysis. Other thoughts? Anything else there that's really key to the wisdom of this group? So in answering our question, what practices will enable us to collaborate as an effective and thriving governance team? What's the practice that is the wisdom here that's captured? Joe, go ahead.
I'd say be reasonable and rational in decision making.
And what's the practice? What does that look like if you're being reasonable and rational in decision making?
Let's see. You listen to the most rational voices, not the loudest. used evidence-based decision
Don't,
making.
don't read. all
I
this
know,
stuff.
it's just, I feel like those are the things that we would do if we were to do the rational and reason, whatever it was I said.
Make decisions based on rational analysis of evidence.
Make decisions based on evidence,
Rational analysis of evidence.
rationale analysis. Go ahead.
So we're doing the one to the left of the one.
Yeah,
that's
we are.
yellow.
I'll take the,
So just for what it's worth, that column and the column at the far right, the whole time I keep thinking those belong together in my mind. So it doesn't matter. Just in my mind, they go together.
the far right.
Yeah, but I'm just going to bring that up because I think a huge thing we could do that would help, it actually covers both, is we should try to present both sides of both the supporting and the, what's the opposite of supporting? Opposing. Yes. The evidence for, the evidence against, the argument for. I don't know, we necessarily need to make the argument against, but at least have it be the pieces be there, so someone can see the argument against. Because if we can do that, I think people stop worrying about, do I need to think of the argument against? Or I wonder if there's other, if all I see is evidence that's pro, I wonder to myself, well, was there other evidence? And I think it starts to eat at that notion of trust, and some things are in that far right column. And I think if we could tee these things up better, really focus on what is evidence-based decision, doesn't mean only pro evidence, both. If we could sort of do that better, I think the whole thing would just work so much better. So I hopefully I got at what you're trying to, how to do that. I don't know if I was right.
And what's the practice you would name it as?
So
Where you
the
can figure out
practice would
some of the
be-
things you'll do?
Yeah, practice would be to present, balanced isn't the word. I don't know what the correct word is, but present, and I don't want to say present for and against, because I don't want people arguing against, but I don't know the correct word. I'll have to think about the word, but
Opposing viewpoints.
or at least the contra view. It's not opposing, but the contrary view, at least, I don't know if present the contrary view, maybe let's say that for now. Present the pro view and the contrary view, so that we just go through it once. We kind of weigh that pro and con and then make a decision. We don't have to ask for more, and gnash our teeth kind of thing of just trying to get through that. Because honestly, the people that can best articulate an argument for almost always know the best argument against. So just go ahead and just share that, and let us get through that. You think it's pro, you're probably going to convince us. Let's do that.
Okay, so what we have on the table right now is make decisions based on rational analysis of evidence as this column, and also, or alternatively, consider the pro view and contrary view before making a decision. I want to get a sense of where we are on either both or a combination and a new alternative.
I what you're saying, because what I've seen happen with a lot of our votes is, well, there will be a good idea, and somebody will have a specific situation where that idea is no longer a good idea. And it's the, 0.1% example. And so out goes the good idea with the bathwater. And I think that if we could do what you're talking about and say, well, what's the problem with this? How do we address that? And get this agenda bill focused so that we're not throwing away 99.9% of a good idea.
So the practice, so I'm hearing a new suggestion here that don't let the good be the enemy of the, what's? Yeah. Yeah. So is that the practice that you want to put up? Consider the pro view and contrary view before decision making? Or is it encapsulated in make decisions based on rational analysis of evidence?
I think that it does need to be both because there are plenty of pro and con views that are not rational.
I think there needs to be something in there about just honest assessment. Honest assessment, I think, kind of encapsulates what, because everything's going to have a pro and a con, everything's going to have a for and against. But but there's something in what Jim's saying about making an honest assessment.
Right, and we'll call on Cara. She's got her hand up. Can you unmute?
Sorry, I was just going to ask if you could read the second option again. What did it say?
Okay, I'm not sure which one's first or second, but make decisions based on rational analysis of evidence. And another one was consider the pro view and contrary view before decision making.
So my recommendation then would be to use what you just read first, and then add to the end of that, including alternative options, and just do something like that, because I feel like you can incorporate it that way. But
okay, so the proposal from Cara to build on your discussion is make decisions based on rational analysis of evidence, including pro and contrary views. Is that it?
yeah, or including alternative
options,
either viewpoints or options, but still again relying on that evidence-based reasoning and analysis there, just including that we have both sides of that coin up for discussion and support.
Okay, so thank you, Cara. I've got that. My question to the room is, can you live with that approach? Make decisions based on rational analysis of evidence that includes alternative options.
I'm sorry, I got to split a hair on it. Maybe I agree with it. I agree with it. My concern is not all of our decisions are evidence-based, otherwise we wouldn't be here. Some of them are political decisions for the greater good of the community. So I think not only evidence-based, but for the greater good needs to be in there too. You know, whether light poles should be green, blue, yellow, whatever is not an evidence-based decision. It's a political decision of community fit and things along those lines. And those are the real rough decisions when you're out of the evidence-based decision.
Okay, so how can we get consensus here? What would satisfy?
Just adding in for the greater good.
Okay.
Consideration for the greater good.
Make decisions for the greater good.
So case in point, percentage was just case point, percentage was just 45. The math worked out either way. Okay, so no longer was it evidence-based. We did want some percentage of affordable housing. We came up with formula. Then we had to decide between 25%, 20%, 30%, whatever. That was more of a political decision than an evidence-based decision of what we thought we could collaboratively work with the developer to do and expect. So for the greater good, we said 20.
Yeah, but I don't think that wasn't based on evidence. I mean, I think that was based on evidence. Just as like, you know, are we going to paint poles green or red is based on, you know, we've got, you know, 90% of our poles are green. So do we want to invest in repainting all of them? No. So let's stick with green. You know, it's evidence. There's evidence that you can call on for that. But,
or data or whatever.
so, and I think that we should assume that the decisions that we're going to make are going to be for the greater good.
Okay. So for the consideration of the group, I want to put this up so that we can filter our discussion at this point in terms of our best use of our time. If you're at the point where you can live with something and there are small adjustments you'd like to make at some future point, then let's try and leave it there. Make decisions for the greater good based on rational analysis analysis of evidence where possible, including alternative options. Okay. Sorry, it's so many words. Make decisions for the greater good based on rational analysis of evidence where available, where possible, including alternative options, including exploring or looking at or scrutinizing alternative options. I think we got consensus on that one, that it captures the wisdom of the group in that cluster. In the interest of anybody seeing their 5 o'clock game, we're going to pick up speed. Appreciate the conversation that's happening. I hope it's fruitful for you as well. So let's go to the next one. Respect, no surprises rule, council preparation, pre-meeting, questions to staff in advance, active listening, not scoring points, build on what you're hearing, be proactive and informed, respect, active listening. Keywords, please. Listening, respect, listening, respect. Anything else? What are the cards in this column revealing as something that we're wishing for, something that we would like to have in place to help us be this effective and thriving governance team? What is this pointing to, or what is it saying? What are we asking each other to do? Into the microphone, please.
I would underline build as well.
Okay, so build on what you're hearing. So, okay. Yeah, go ahead, please.
I don't know if I'm getting your question quite right, but the thing that's sort of jumping out of this column to me is it seems to me that I think about all the agenda bills that I see and that I vote on, and how many of them seem like surprise is not the word I'm looking at, but I'm going to use it because it's up there on that first tag. They're surprises to me. So, for example, during the course of a year, I see a whole bunch of things that have to do with Parks and Public Works, that have to do with something that we're just doing that was in the plan. It's in budget, that's in the plan. And maybe we're closing it out and we've got a pickup, or, you know, but it's the plan and there's a little bit of, you know, oversight. Hey, it's a little, my thought is, don't hear this as asking for more work. I'm not. My thought always is, why is this 50 separate decisions during a year? Why isn't this 4 decisions a year? I don't mind making 50 different decisions, but it seems to me that every time I see one of the 50, it should be, oh yeah, I knew that. Okay, yep. Okay, yep, I knew that. Meaning, why isn't all the significant things that Parks and Public Works are, I don't know why I'm picking on them, but why isn't all the things that Parks and Public Works are doing just something that we see periodically, that we've got this committee that's working through the details on? And yeah, I can, oh, that one's on schedule, that one's off schedule. You know, here's a 1 page. That one's on schedule, that's off schedule. Oh yeah, and that one's a little bit over budget, that one's a little under budget, and then boom.
Sorry, how does that tie into civility, the active listening, keywords, building on and respect? What's the connection that you're seeing there?
Okay, if you don't see a connection.
No,
I guess
I'm respectfully asking you to help us see the connection that you're seeing and the practice that you're.
What I'm trying to
suggesting.
describe is giving 50 decisions is a big surprise. Why interact with us with 50 surprises a year? Why not have no surprises and just let us routinely approve things? Why not? Why not? I think when 50 things come up, and then with each of the 50, we say, well, why is that one ahead, or why is that one over budget? That feels like surprises to staff. Like the whole thing, it's a surprise 2 ways. How about we just make that whole thing be no surprises? Hey, just, yeah, there's monitoring of a thing, and then we just routinely approve things, and nobody's getting surprised either way. And we just make it all just easy peasy, because we got to fantastic Brick and Parks and Public Works Department that's
Sure.
getting this stuff done. How about we just make that easy?
So just tell me the practice that you're proposing here that we described.
Okay, so the practice would be no surprises means the council knows what's coming. When they see an agenda bill, they already knew that agenda bill was coming and they already knew what was going to be in it. And by the way, if there was any concern that had already been raised beforehand, hey, by the way, I'm worried about that project over there. Like that was happening, that our committee time was spent on those, just what's going on. By the time we get to agenda bill, should be a snooze. Easy for staff, easy for council.
Okay, great. Others want to build on what you're hearing? Are we talking about giving maximum notice of pending decisions? Or, you know, what is the practice that really you would know when you see around no surprises and respect, civility? Go ahead, over in this corner, there's something.
Yep.
Go ahead, Perry, please.
I just, informed should have been underlined.
Okay.
Because I think that's what Councilmember Mayhew is
Talking
talking
about.
about, is that, you know, be informed of what's coming down in the future.
So transparency of timelines, transparency of, okay, so that's respect and listening and informed. No surprises. What's the practice? How would we know this if we saw it? Rob, and then we'll go back to Jim.
I think the other part is, and we talked about two-way communications, and that is if we have a concern before our committee meeting or before our council meeting, that we as council members are proactive in reaching out to the department head if we need more clarification before going into council. It still will be publicly discussed, but sometimes it requires more staff time to respond to those situations. And sometimes it's awkward for the staff to be put on the spot in the council meeting. So it's just that two-way communication to make sure that, you know, it's acceptable for us to reach out to that department head for clarification before we go into the meeting.
I just, yes, that. And look, just to summarize what I was trying to say very poorly is 6 years I've been on the council, this has been exactly the same for 6 years. Here's what I think. We can keep trying to do what we're doing differently, or we can start doing it differently. Stop doing what we're doing differently, start doing something different.
Okay.
That's what I'm trying to say. And I think it's the kind of thing that Councilmember Watton was just talking about. If we can get some more, Rob, please, it's what Rob, please, was talking about, which is more, more communication ahead of, and so the agenda bills become a snooze because we're actually getting everything kind of resolved and concerns are sort of known and it's all timely. And by the way, you put staff on the spot.
Yeah.
That you've increased the chances they're going to make a mistake. Why would we want that outcome? Right.
So what I'm hearing, and I'll just offer this as a jumping off point, is demonstrate mutual respect by giving and seeking additional information in advance. Does that capture what everybody's saying? Emily, go ahead, please.
Are we getting any more granular about what actions could be taken to make it different, doing things differently? I don't know how exactly you phrased it, but what we do needs to be done differently.
Feel free to add a suggestion that helps us get clarity.
So one thing that Rob, please, and I do is that well, actually it's not Rob, it's Council Member Johnson and I do. We meet and we prep about the agenda for the council committee. So he knows, you know, in advance, well in advance, hey, here's what I think should be on the agenda. Here are the agenda bills I think should be on here. And he, you know, he brings the same to me. Here's what I think. You know. So he knows well in advance what's happening. We've already talked about it and discussed it. You know, he may pop up with a question here and there. He did the other night, like, hey, why do we need to have capital facilities? Why can't you just do it, Emily? And I said, hey, I'm not an economist. So But that's the kind of interaction. Yeah, that's the kind of interaction that I have with Councilmember Johnson. I also do it with the Planning Commission chair. I also do it with the Economic Development Commission. It works better and it in some venues than others, but everyone's warming up to that idea. So there are no surprises when I get there. I want consensus. It doesn't necessarily mean I want everything to pass through just smoothly. It just means that everybody's on board with what it is that we're talking about.
Great. Okay, and I think that's a rich example of what we've just captured as a practice that maybe can apply across the board. And in fact, the thing that you talked about, Emily, also comes up here about informal communication. So we'll be coming to that one in just a second. Where was this one? Here. Okay. Joe, did you have something else you wanted to add? Is this one we can live with that encapsulates the conversation you've just had? So demonstrate mutual respect by giving and seeking additional information in advance as a practice for an effective, thriving governance team. I'm seeing some nods and a thumb. Great. Okay, so Joe, did you have something you wanted to add before we move on? Okay, the next longest one is tagged respect, and we are more than halfway, so be encouraged. Question obvious assumptions, assume good intentions, open-minded to others and skeptical of ourselves, respectful creative content, employee recognition, assume positive intent. We tagged it as respect, but what we need to do now is name the practice that we are talking about that shows that respect. What practices will enable us to collaborate? Effective and thriving.
So there was a transcript error, so I believe the practice is creative conflict.
Okay. What does that look like?
Similar to what we talked about before, at least bringing up the opposing views, we're having the discussions, all the pros and cons. We may have some discussion around the edges on those matters, but in the end, you come to a decision.
Mm-hmm. So I think what you're talking about are assume good intentions, assume positive intent, respectful, and open-minded. Okay. So how can we answer a question in this particular column? What's the phrase or practice that we're going to say?
Creative conflict.
Honoring others.
Honor others. And what does that look
Except
like?
me. Yes, thank you.
So creative conflict, Brian, what's the verb there? What would you say? Seek or? Yeah. Others? Kara, do you have anything? What have you come up with?
I don't necessarily have anything of value beyond
Okay.
what folks have said. All right.
I see it as seeking understanding.
Okay. So seek understanding through creative conflict. Is that covered?
And do it honorably. To Rob Please's point.
I think it's more like respecting the team. Understanding through creative.
Or seek understanding through respectful creative conflict.
There you go.
Okay. Next one, relationship, communications, and team building. More informal connections between staff and elected. It's up so high that it didn't get sprayed well, and it's not solid behind. More informal collaboration and communication between the committee chairs and the directors, improve communications with staff and community, and fully transparent city processes and metrics, virtual city hall. What are the key things here that are answering our question for practices for an effective, thriving governance team? Communication. Okay, so what's the practice that advances or supports that communication? So I think this one is the most specific of all of them, right? So it's talking about more regular communication, just as the example that Emily just articulated in her work with some of the council members. So establish might be a good place to start. Establish something. What is the practice that would encapsulate what Emily described, what that's talking about? Happy hour? That could work. And so what's the practice? What would you do?
It would be those formal and gatherings outside of community.
So establish regular, formal and informal gatherings and get-togethers. Gatherings and meetings, whatever. Yeah. So is that what you're talking about here? Establish regular, informal, and formal gatherings and communication. Seeing a couple of heads. Go ahead, Catherine.
So externally for community, is it more about community engagement, like coffee with the council, town halls, and I guess within staff and
community?
Yeah, so that's community.
I think that maybe there was some divergence from the question, perhaps, that's around the internal team, the governance team. But if we take the nugget of communication out of that, we're talking about establishing better communications and relationships between council and their reporting director, or, you know, committee chairs and different staff members.
Right, and so it's more about, so communications, the example was, you know, talking with the chair of the CD committee that you're the director works with. And so having those type of open communications and setting agendas.
Right. Do you have an alternative suggestion? I've suggested.
I'm just not sure about, I don't know, informal gatherings. That's a governance, part of governance. Or if it's right. Or if it's just more communications between staff and.
So however those happen, whether they're in person or gathered or email or whatever. Go ahead, Joe.
Well, I mean, we are a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. It's hard to remove the people from government. So I think that the interactions that could be informal, like you know, town halls, open houses, that sort of thing, could be included in making us have a collaborative and effective and thriving governance team.
Okay. So if we keep it broad as a practice, that's established regular, formal and informal communications and gatherings.
Yeah,
So-
we once had a social hour before the city council meetings. That's different from having to notice a public meeting down at a local brew house or something. Yeah, so I think that what you had was pretty good.
Okay. So establish regular formal and informal gatherings and communications, and that's just not going to do it for me either.
So.
My sticky wall is tired.
Real quick though, toying around with the idea, I'm debating of doing a council social hour on the 5th week of the month that we have open. And we notice it to public and we just go someplace and talk, and it's a no host bar, just to let you know.
Okay, so there's one practical way that you might start establishing that practice and putting it out there. It's building team relation, and it's also open to the public so they can participate too. Okay, excellent. Last one, we're nearly done. Thanks for hanging in here. So look to financial model to forecast spending needs and resources, budget for the forest, not the trees, and expect a high quality of life. We talked about this around fiscal responsibility. The question that we need to kind of pull from this is, what's the practice that it's pointing to around collaborating as an effective and thriving governance team? So what keywords are you seeing here? Fiscal, somewhere there. What was the second one? Finance. Okay, I didn't hear. Okay, I marked that. Yeah. Budget. Where's budget? Oh yeah, there. Okay, so let's extrapolate from these three cards. What is this pointing to that builds the team?
It's all about the money.
So the practice, Rob, that will help us collaborate as an effective and thriving governance team. You're going to give the staff all the money, is that it?
Yeah. Financial responsibility. I mean, that one's a given.
Right. So the question that we're answering is not about what is your job as council. It's about what is the practice that will allow us to collaborate as an effective and thriving governance team.
I might have finally got the question. Took me a while. Financial considerations, financial elements considered for every decision on every agenda bill we do.
Okay, I'm writing this down so that we don't forget about it. Build on it, please, Rob.
Minding financial constraints.
We need to accept financial realities. That's all of us. Council, mayor, staff.
So describe that as a practice that we would recognize. What's the practice this is pointing to? If this is the value that we're bringing to bear, is that we are respectful of finances, financial constraints, how does that play into our operation as a effective and thriving governance team?
I think we need to accept and respect our financial constraints.
It's a defined sustainable budget and a budget section for considerations on every agenda bill, which we already have.
Okay. I'm not sure I'm fully understanding what it is that's the practice that you're describing.
I'm with you. I kind of feel like these 5 that we've done are good foundational practices for how we interact with one another and making our decisions. And this one is more pointing toward just our financial policy. So it kind of feels to me like that one doesn't really fit with these other 5. These other 5 are all kind of pointing in one direction, and this is more of an outlier.
And what might be underlying these ideas that is a practice?
The 5 that we've already done.
No, the one that we're struggling with, what might be, you know, if we can go below the surface of these cards, what's it pointing to as a practice?
I think that's an excellent question.
Anybody want to answer it?
Yeah, I think that that perhaps this is a very specific thing, and perhaps we are looking at the trees instead of the forest on this particular column. And that the other ones, we have sort of these more broad sweeps that can apply to everything, including the budget. And the budget's just, it is a very important responsibility that we have, but that the budget isn't a practice. Yeah, we need to balance the budget.
That discussion about the budget is also covered by these other 5 things that we've talked about.
Right. Yeah, I don't think that balancing the budget is its own practice. If we are balancing the budget, then we'll be doing all the other things.
So would it be an option to put at least these 2 that are about money into the decisions that are about rational? Sure. So that they, you know, I have a strong belief that we don't have people do work and then say it doesn't fit here. So it does fit here. We just will reallocate it. Expect a high quality of life. We talked about this one a little bit. That was
if you want to pick a column that you think that would fit in, I will agree.
Yeah.
So I agree.
Yeah, I think based on how we defined it as a practice, yes.
Okay. Phew. Okay, so what we'll very quickly do here before we take a little refreshment break, I think I saw, yeah, refreshments in the corner, is can people read those? Can you see them well enough to read them out? No, okay. Yeah, the top ones, that's all I want. Okay, so what I'd like to suggest here is that we now just so in order to function as in order to collaborate as an effective and thriving governance team, we will. Okay. And then can we read, whoever can see one of these, read them left to right.
Any particular reason you're looking at me? Demonstrate mutual respect by giving and seeking additional info in advance. Establish regular, formal, and informal gatherings and communications. Make decisions for the greater good
based on
rational analysis of evidence
where possible,
including alternative options. Practice collaborative decision making while seeking to understand others, and seek understanding through respectful creative conflict.
Okay.
Do ordain and establish.
What was the last comment?
Nothing.
It was an American thing, don't worry.
I'm actually American. So you've mapped out an idea of what this might, how you might guide some of the work that you do. Which of these feels like low-hanging fruit that would be easy to work on right away?
The second column, establish regular, formal, and informal gatherings.
Okay. Others, what's some low-hanging fruit here? The third item, so making decisions based on rational evidence, looking at all the alternative options. Okay. Which do you think would personally help you be more effective in your role in this governance team?
I think the first one.
But the one on the left, demonstrate mutual respect by giving and seeking additional information in advance. Okay. Ask for what you need in advance. Okay. Others, what would help you be most effective right away?
So, Una, could I just back on that last point, asking in advance? Just want to think about like what that, like how that would work, because here's what happens. We get our information on a Friday for a meeting that happens on a Monday or maybe Tuesday.
Okay.
So in advance becomes like, well, we're probably not going to read it till over the weekend. So it's just like, what is in advance? Like there's not much in advance. It goes back to what I was saying earlier. Therefore, if the agenda bill is actually old news by the time I get it, I already know everything, then I'm just not sure what we meant by in advance there. That's all.
I think it was not in the meeting. Is that correct? Right. Okay, go ahead, Rob.
And I think that as we try to find the answers for these, to Jim's point, is maybe we do need to think about how we organize our work differently so that we have time to respond to those things. So having a Friday notice and a Monday meeting, and we all have jobs during the day, that may be very difficult as well as for staff to respond. If something requires more than, 15 minutes on the fly.
Well, and that's why, at least in the group that I was in, we talked a lot about communicating between department directors and the chairs and members of their committee. So the committee chairs know something's coming down the pipe. It's like, Mike can say, look, here's these 3 big projects we're going to do between now and August. And so it's not a surprise when it comes before, the Parks and Public Works Committee, because they've had ongoing discussion about those projects. Emily alluded to her conversations with Joe. That's the same sort of thing is that, the communication process about what's going to be on the council agenda doesn't start with the council agenda and a pile of agenda bills coming out on Friday afternoon. That's a conversation that should have been ongoing and, building up to that point.
Okay. So it sounds like that's for sure. I'm going to come to you, Rob, but that sounds like something that's going to take some thinking and planning. So to adjust the implementation details of this particular practice or principle.
And I think to that same vein is that what we have is it goes to the committee chair, but that also leaves out the other 2 committee members. And then we receive the agenda. So we don't know it that far in advance. And that includes the other 6 members of the council. It makes it very challenging for us to keep our pulse on each of the committees, especially if we're not serving on that committee. And I think that's part of the challenge too.
Okay.
Okay, yes, sure.
That is just stone cold right. And I think for what it's worth, so I'll just I'm actually on Joe's committee right now on his community development committee. And I can think of over the last couple of months, 2 instances where he contacted me before a meeting and just said, hey, there's going to be this thing on the meeting. Maybe you could think in advance about it. And here's just some more information for you. And I can also say that what last year, I remember trying to do in a number, well, actually over a couple of years, just over in it is try to think ahead all the time. Think about, can I think of anyone on the council who might find this a particular interest? And to try and bring it to their attention early. So to just use the example that Mr. Sauerwein used a minute ago of, hey, I'm Parks and Public Works Chair, and there's gonna be 3 big things we're gonna probably close out this quarter. Maybe I just say that in committee report, right? Hey, everyone, there's gonna be 3. They're, painting the street and painting the light poles, and then we're going to paint the light poles again. So if you're interested in any of those topics, please let me know, or please let Mr. Chambliss know, because it's coming this quarter. Like, if we could just do a little more of that, I think we can bring what you're saying, Rob, please, to life.
So it looks like you're already reflecting on your own habits and practices and what you're doing and how you might actually currently be operating in a way that's contradicting what you say you want. So that's exactly what we were hoping to elicit from you today. We're going to wrap in a couple of minutes. I'll let this close out. Go ahead, Bob.
So just thinking of the current schedule, excuse me, even with materials going out on Friday and a meeting coming on Monday, call Monday morning or an email Monday morning that says, I had a question about X. In prior cities, I often reserve blocks of time on Monday or meeting days in anticipation of exactly queries like that, so that then either I can get out the answer to council in advance of the meeting or at the meeting for all the members to hear. Then I've got a prepared response. We've gathered the background agenda. There's a question about history or what we did before. Even just a day's lead time helps us, to Councilmember Mayhew's point, get you a more comprehensive and more accurate answer. Then we do our best on the fly, and we can pull up statutes and things during the meeting, but a little lead time goes a long way.
Yeah, I think that's just absolutely fantastic. I will say, for those of us with full-time jobs, Monday's actually often a very busy day. And so, while we might manage to get an email off, say, over the weekend, actually finding the time to call or follow up on calls during Mondays actually turns out to be pretty hard to find the time to do.
Okay.
So not to mean to disagree with what you said, but to say that plus let's think about more ways to do that even better, because that'll help, but let's find more. Yeah.
So it sounds like what we're talking about here, and I'll come to you, Ethan, is what you're recognizing as ways you might need to operate differently to really bring these to life, to really, quite honestly, in the terms of put your money where your mouth is, in terms of operating structures that really show you're committed to this functional, thriving team and what it might take to bring it to life. Go ahead, Ethan.
Yeah, and the only thing I'd add is I would hope that the city staff would know that that sometimes things do come up in the council conversations, and ideas do occur to us, and questions do occur to us that didn't occur to us on our own when we were just looking at it on our own. And when that happens, it's not, I don't think it's meant by anybody to catch anybody by surprise, and I certainly don't, if an answer isn't immediately apparent to whatever question we come up with during those meetings, I don't see that as a poor reflection on staff, that they didn't anticipate the question that just occurred to me in this moment.
Okay. So one specific thing that you might want to test run in the next couple of months, we're not going to try and change the direction of every single thing that you do all at once, but what is jumping out here is something that you might want to try out or do in the coming, let's say, month. And you're prototyping at this stage. You're spitballing ideas, responding to each other, building on what each other's hearing. All practices, by the way, that you articulated here as things you wanted to do. So that's good. So you have to work out some wrinkles. So what's one thing? Go ahead, Joe.
I just wanted to mention that something that always comes to mind when I think about contacting another council member is OPMA, and just making sure that when I send that message that I'm just being aware, right? Just being cognizant of that limitation on our communication between each other.
Okay, so good.
I know we all know that, but it's just, just remembering.
So the question is, what's one thing you want to do differently or try, test, prototype?
Over the next month, pick a Wednesday or Thursday and we'll have a council social someplace. I will need help from staff and engagement with probably the chamber of who wants us to show up. some businesses may not appreciate us hogging their business for whatever, but let me know. It's kind of short notice to try to put something together, but if we look at the fifth Monday, it's out a ways.
Okay, and Kara had, so there's going to be a social, Brian's going to coordinate that.
Cook it up. I'm not.
Okay, Kara,
I'm gonna guarantee it this stage.
okay, Kara, go ahead.
I was just going to say, to address the committee issue, you know, there's a heading under there that's for new business. So just trying to be more consistent about making sure that for items that are coming down the pikes, that we include them a few agendas out under either new business or items for future discussion. To the extent that we can hit on those early, we can have a little bit more of a discussion in terms of shaping the agenda bill and figuring out what the issues are, making sure everybody's on notice.
Okay, Catherine, did you catch that? So what's the nutshell of that, Kara? Just giving people a heads up in advance. If you know something's coming down, just put it on a future new business.
Yeah, just being more consistent about that.
So utilize that effectively to share information. Joe?
Yeah, on the possibility of an informal meeting, I would hope that that we would keep in mind how many meetings staff have and who be required to be there versus it being a little bit more open forum. Just something to consider.
So staff can totally opt out of happy hour. Okay.
That was what I was getting at.
Okay, and so bear in mind as you, and we'll wrap this up, it obviously is ongoing for you and you'll figure out. Bear in mind as you try something, baby bathwater, you know, think about what little tweaks you might be able to make as you prototype it rather than say that didn't work, let's do something different. So create a culture of kind of learning and improvement that helps you figure out what went well, what didn't go well, what could we do differently or something like that. But that helps it evolve and iterate and really focus on that nitty gritty outcome that you're focusing on, which is that thriving and effective team. Time for a break? Resounding enthusiasm? Good. Okay, so Cara, 12 minutes, so back at 40 after, thanks. About strategic planning, and I appreciate the opportunity to introduce you to the strategic planning framework that I use when I work with a city or other entity, so that then you are informed about an approach that may be helpful to you in terms of future strategic planning for City of Snoqualmie. So here, and specifically, Councilmember Holloway, to the question that you had informally earlier, is basically an overview of some of the types of plans that a city might be involved in from time to time, and where I see city strategic plan nestling into that. So, you know, when people talk about a strategic plan, and in fact, I've had people in other cities say, well, we have a strategic plan, we have our comp plan. And that's not necessarily a strategic plan. It may set long-term direction, which it does, but it's a different time frame. So we put the time frames in here. And I would suggest that to really be strategic, you're talking in a 3 to 5 year window. So, oh, I've just lost my screen. Okay, so that's what we're talking about. And one of the reasons why setting objectives for the entire city through a strategic plan, not focusing just on a particular focus, for example, you might have strategy or strategic plan developed for communication strategy or something like that. But this is really, you know, looking, it's neither a department level one, nor is it long-term growth plan. It's right in between. I like to call it the Goldilocks of the planning world. It's not too big, it's not too long-term, it's not too short-term. One of the reasons why it's a good thing for a city to have is that it lasts a little while. It lasts potentially through transitions of council and how council might be made up. And that is essentially a good thing because it creates direction that reflects the needs of the community for a number of years, is usually created in collaboration and consultation with the community, and sets a longer trajectory than, say, a term, so that there is that ability for the city to be planning for that trajectory, rather than be pulled from trajectory to trajectory based on the currently elected or makeup or priorities of the council. It still leaves a lot of room for council priorities to be advanced. And it's looking at a longer term view that sets a trajectory that the city can have some certainty, staff can have some certainty, the community can have some certainty around planning. So consistent focus and stability being two of the reasons why it has that kind of a time frame. Next slide, Andy, please. So in terms of the model of strategic planning that I use, it's called technology of participation. And these are the steps that it goes through. So if you just, I'll walk you through these with a couple of sentences about each one in just a moment, but just to give you a moment to see that it's not a closed circle. Sometimes you see a model of a strategic planning that's a closed circle. You do all this and then you do it all again. This kind of is predicated on the basis that as you go around, you're kind of expanding and you're doing some of it again, but you're doing it in on a different track. You're growing and building out through those 5 steps. So Andy, if you just go to the next one, we'll talk about the center of it. So work in strategic planning for me always begins with planning and design. So long before we get into the strategic planning sessions, we're working to clarify the driving need, desired outcomes, the stakeholders that'll be impacted, the participants who'll be involved, gather and compile data that we need to know. And a key part of that is crafting a guiding question or a focus question, which forms the North Star for the plan, and which the plan essentially answers across the course of several discussions. So generally speaking, you don't need a strategic plan if it's just business as usual. But really, the last few years have been anything but business as usual. The word strategic implies some sort of change or shift happening that you need to pause and consider how to address or how to respond to. So on that previous slide, we had an example of a question that a city might wrestle with. Actually, Andy, go back one slide if you don't mind. So it's in the corner there that, Andy, are you able to go back one slide? Sorry. So we have it in the corner. How will we work together over the coming 3 to 5 years to cultivate a thriving post-COVID community? So you're going to answer that in a very different way than if you ask a completely different question. And it allows you to be strategic because the question is focusing on a moment in time, a strategic juncture that you're facing. There's also key values that are part of the top or the technology or participation approach. So actually, it's Andy, you can go back to that environmental scanning slide now. Okay, so these are some of the things that we might do and that have been done in different situations. We did a trend analysis yesterday. We might compile and examine city data, look at budget data. We might get community input through a survey or visioning sessions. All of those are things that help provide to council the information that will give you that context for starting the work. And in order to, you know, I'm sure there's not too many of you that are completely psychic as to what everybody in the community wants or needs. Those powers don't always work fully. And so it allows you to just be okay with not being psychic and hear from the community about, for example, one suggestion or one possibility is, can we get community input on a 10-year vision so that council can then take one giant step towards that with a big strategic plan? So what are the impacts we want to see? How can we describe the community we want to be living in this long-term way? And then you figure out, as a response to that, what are the things we need to put in place if this is the direction the community is telling us they would like to see us go? Ways to do that could involve, and an example would be work I did in Ellensburg, 3 different community sessions that we then synthesized what they told us. I did something similar in City of Bothell, where we look for common themes across the vision that each of those community sessions addresses. So the environmental scanning piece is basically, you know, it can be as robust or as light touch as you wish in any given circumstance. It can be all of these, it can be 1 or 2 of these, or whatever. So go to the next one, please, Andy. So having addressed or having identified the question that we're asking or answering throughout the whole of the strategic planning process, what I would recommend and what we do in this process is we then answer that in chunks. So one big chunk of that is beginning with the end in mind. What is it that we want to see in place in this time frame as a result of our efforts? So this is, it's called a vision session. However, it's robust, practical, descriptive. It's sometimes I call it a practical framework. So it's like, what are the accomplishments that we want to see? So you're setting out, instead of like anywhere is the right place if we don't know where we're going. So it's really rowing all in the same direction, embarking on a mission together. And it might, another way you could describe it is, what are our goals? So what are our goals for this project? So can we go to the next one, Andy? Thanks. Okay, so an element of strategic planning with technology of participation is that I think is pretty unique is to, once you have your vision, you have something where you can actually look at that and say, these specific things that we want to put in place, what is blocking us from moving towards these? What are the specific contradictions that we are operating within? Now you can see that the phrase lack of is scored out. Basically, the message here is we need to name what is in place rather than the lack of something. So for example, the kink in the hose, it's not a lack of water, it's a kink in a hose. Or it's is it lack of staff, or is it, you know, it's not lack of staff, it's, you know, we are occupying staff with busy work, that is XYZ, or conflicted priorities, or. So often a tough but very important conversation where people unpack the things. It can be a narrative we tell ourselves, it can be an external force, it could be an internal thing, but a liberating session that basically names and articulates the elephants in the room that then allows us to be strategic. So at this point, then you have vision, the things you want to put in place, and you have the contradictions, the real things, the real roadblocks that are stopping you. And it's the creative tension between those two elements that brings you to strategy. So next slide, please, Andy. So having answered those other two questions, what do we want to see in place? What is blocking us from the vision we've articulated? The question in this segment is, what substantive, innovative actions will deal with those contradictions and move us towards our vision? So the reason that we start here by focusing on the contradictions is that we could focus all day long on the vision elements, and if we don't address the contradictions, we will still continue to be blocked from those. So this is a creative tension that really challenges us to be creative, dynamic, directional, and focused. We're kind of in the zone where we are using a sentence that says, we intend to really cluster into focused initiatives and then focus those initiatives into key directions. So real specific intent. That would essentially form the pillars of the strategic plan for the council, and focused implementation, which is the next, actually next frame, Andy, please. So that's an example of what that might look at. Over the next 2 to 3 years, we plan to focus our energy on, and then you have articulated out both strategies and strategic directions, overarching directions that really point to a theme. And then staff council would then at that point again define some success indicators around each of these directions. And a staff would then take and build out an implementation plan, which is on the next frame, please, Andy. So implementation, what specific measurable accomplishments will we do for the first year? You see there an example of SMART-T goal, which is specific, measurable, attainable, relevant, time-bound, and adding inclusive and equitable as filters. But you know, those are, it's up to the specific group to use the framework of SMART goals that works for them and works for the system that they use. And then Andy, next frame, please. So at the end of that work, staff should have a timeline of big accomplishments mapped onto the quarters ahead. and have in place and have discussed in a previous session with council the time frame, the waypoints, and when there will be check-ins and updates, but really integrating that into your system. So that's a very quick overview of the approach of strategic planning that I use, and I can forward to Mike some documents that are public record with other clients, so you can see what the actual product looks like in terms of where that comes out. Happy to take any questions. We really focus on a 12-month plan, you know, maybe in terms of biennium, which is how your budget process works. You probably would have, for example, things that are definite year 2, but they're not necessarily timelined out yet because you see how year 1 goes, and then, but at least, you know, that 90 to, you know, 120 day window of very concrete implementation, and then, you know, adjusting, remaneuvering, and generally speaking, a 1-year update. What did we accomplish? What helped us? What hindered us? What have we learned? And what do we now need to do? So just a quick flyby in terms of the approach from technology of participation, which is very action focused. Thoughts or questions? Let's see, I think there's one more frame, I'm not sure. Yeah, and so that's, I can send that as a follow-up. It's basically, you know, a more linear with words version of the kind of pictorial overview, which basically covers the same phases, what question the group discusses, what the purpose of it is, what the process of it is, and what the outcomes of it would be.
So I know there's Issaquah has a strategic plan, and on their website, it starts out with kind of the overall, it's kind of like, I think it's a pie chart or whatever. It shows what each of the areas are that they have focused on. And then annually, the mayor actually does a video on what all the accomplishments are on each of those areas. And so it does keep the, you know, the community up to speed on, because they went through a robust public engagement process. And so then it keeps the community up to speed on what they've accomplished, and then what other things they're going to continue working on. So I can see that this, I mean, to me, the strategic plan would be very helpful. It kind of helps guide staff and funding as to, you know, what are the projects that we will be working on. And I guess the idea is like, if you say we want, I guess, multimodal transportation. So what does that mean? Okay, well, bike lanes are now on the picture and so, or the horizon. So every street improvement we do, then we consider adding bike lanes in, for instance. So a variety of things like that.
It does help. The strategic directions do help with, you know, filtering opportunities. Does this fit in or advance a strategic direction that we have adopted? Does this advance or help put in place one of the vision elements that we have identified? If so, you grab it with both hands. If not, it may not be the right opportunity to get sidetracked on. Joe, go ahead.
No, it's okay. Keep going.
No, I'm just responding to questions, or.
No, it's okay. Keep going. You're good.
I'm done though.
Pass.
So in terms of something further, so what, in terms of the spiral or the overview, and it's in your diagrams as well, it's in your packets, what's something that is resonating, for example, that you think, oh, that sounds intriguing, or is a conversation you think you'd like to have?
You know, I think too, as we look at this. There's only so many hours of the day, and especially for those of us as council members in how we organize it. I just see that the work we've done in the past has been more reactive, and it's no fault of the council or the administration. But I think that things have changed quite a bit over the last 20 years in the way of technology, how we communicate, how we interact. And I think it gives us an opportunity to see how can we do things differently and how can we be more proactive rather than reactive. And it's not going to happen overnight, but we've got to set time aside to do that. And again, we only have so much time. So, you know, maybe it's reassessing how we're organized, how we operate, to make sure that we're all in the know of what's going on, that we don't feel frustrated, that the staff doesn't feel frustrated or put on the spot. And I think we need some time to kind of digest what that looks like and kind of be open to different ways, and especially other cities and what they're doing, because many of them have gone through some reforms that perhaps we can take a look at and take advantage of as well.
And that's a great point, Rob, because one of the things I strongly recommend in that environmental scanning area is, you know, what's going on in other communities, what ways are other cities addressing XYZ, you know, so that we can, and some of the work that I've done has been specifically in a particular field. So it might be, let's go see how other people have done XYZ. So that's incredibly valuable, you know, detective work, so to speak, because you're bringing ideas back in to kind of do what I think Mark talked about, and we talked about quite a bit here in terms of creative divergent ideas. You know, it doesn't mean we're going to do them, but what can we learn or borrow or adapt from them that will help inform us? Go ahead, Brian.
I guess I'm requesting examples of reactive decision-making on part of the council.
If you take a look at Kirkland, you look at Issaquah, look at some of the other cities, those two come to mind where they've done away from, they've gone away from the council committees, they've gone to more advisory, and they've gone to meeting our committee of the whole in decision making. In the fact of Kirkland, nobody is getting some of the information. Everybody's getting all the information at the same time. So, you know, those are just a couple of examples, but I'm sure if we go out to other communities, and when you think,
No, those are not examples of this council doing reactive decision-making. And my real point is, you're not assuming good intentions, and you're somewhat disrespecting the work that has been done by prior council and administrations, assuming they've done it reactively. So let's worry about some words here, okay? Because you get a reaction.
Mm-hmm.
So the mayor has advised people can have opinions. Yes. But we have an objective to be fact-based decision-making. If you're going to put forward a position, be aware that I will ask you, give me an example or facts that back up that position. And I never asked what Kirkland Kent or whoever did. I asked what this council past administration had done. Okay, so let's move on.
does this fall within the 5 up there? Are we being collaborative? Are we communicating? I mean, everyone, they can have their opinion and not necessarily shoot someone down for having an opinion about it.
So I think we're getting very quickly to the core of that final column over there. The word respect and the list saying not relitigating things. So if our definition of respect included not relitigating, I have opinions about things that I voted against and I was on the losing side. I'm absolutely entitled to those opinions. But I will tell you that anytime I speak to anyone about, I'm thinking about a particular topic, and I'm not going to mention it because we decided as a council what that was. And when I talk to anybody about it, I say, this is the council's position and this is why we took that position. If it's a close friend, I'll say, I didn't agree with that position, but I think that the council was reasonable in making that decision. So there it is. And I get out every time it snows and I comply with that decision. So I not only do I do that in word, I do it in deed, right? So I think that's what we're trying to say in that final column. Doesn't mean I don't still have my opinion. But I think if what we're saying here is, yes, you can have your opinion, but if we've decided a matter, let's not keep relitigating it. And what we've said is to do so is disrespectful, then I think we have to decide whether we're going to live into that.
I think Mike up here had his hand up for a second.
Back to the specific plan. My previous organization had a specific plan. It was created by a consultant in a vacuum with very little input by either the elected group or the governance group. And it effectively became a stamp that we put on every agenda bill to say which part of the 4 sections it was complying with. The process that you just described looked very useful, very well thought out, and light years beyond what that document would be, and actually would be a tool that I could use in my long-term planning for the department. So I really, really like that, and I'm kind of hoping we can do it someday. Not today. Not today. I'm tired.
Joe and then Mark had his hand up.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted just quick clarification. Was the question that's on the table right now from you?
Let me think. What did I ask?
Yeah, where were we?
I was asking you to respond to the stages that I had outlined, and if anything particularly resonated or sounded intriguing, or if you had any questions.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike, for your input.
Thank you for getting me back on track.
So this may be a surprise, but the city actually has an adopted strategic plan in the fire department. It was approved by 2 council members that are currently on the board. We've been under it for 5 years now. It was a community-driven strategic plan, so we engaged members of the community, took input from them, and had them create it. It wasn't anything that I was involved with. In fact, I was not part of the process purposefully, so that it created a vision, and so that the fire chief wasn't involved with trying to control the destination or direction of that. So that was our second strategic plan. We had a 3-year was the first one. This last one was a 5-year. We're likely going to do a 3-year again this year because it's part of our accredited status. We're required to operate under that. The Public Safety Committee quarterly gets a report on what those strategic goals are and what we're working on. And I've had this conversation with a lot of people before. The goal setting that the city has historically done for me feels like jumping from lily pad to lily pad to lily pad versus a strategic plan that allows us to go straight towards the targets we're aiming at. And that's the best way that I can describe it. I'm a huge advocate of strategic planning. I'm happy to talk with anybody about it afterwards because I've seen it really work really effectively, at least in the fire department.
Thanks, Mark.
Under the creative conflict heading. We're about to launch on a major planning effort led by Emily and others and consultants will involve a lot of committee and council time. I've always been unclear how the concept of the strategic plan would mesh with the comprehensive plan, which has a lot of different goals that cover, all city services. Mike's got a CIP, Mike Chambliss, that governs a lot of what his folks do. And there's a 2-year budget period and the 6-year and the 20-year. So I just throw that out there. No disrespect to Mark and use of strategic plan in his department. When we talk about this, I have trouble understanding how all that all would work. And if we would undertake this effort at the same time, we're about to undertake the comp plan process.
I was wondering the same thing, same concern, that we could be doubling, tripling our work. That said, it depends on to the degree of formality that we want to have our strategic plan. I mean, to some degree, we're kind of all the way up to developing and guiding intentions and possible tactics. I mean, what specifically are the things we're going to do in order to overcome the contradictions? What those are things that are missing. Those are the threats. We outlined those yesterday. Practical vision, articulate the desired future state. We had that on the far right column of those sheets. To a degree, we're kind of up to the point where we can just start talking about what exactly it is we want to do. But yeah, sort of to the point perhaps is that we don't want to multiply our work talking about the things that we want to do for the next year. Instead, we're at the point where we can kind of start just doing it. And there are all kinds of policies that we've talked about already that are in process and we could just add to those, add to the list. That said, we also have limited staff time. So if we're adding more things for staff to do, then they're not doing the things that we ask them to do. Like, for example, the retail on center. We have a general plan for that. That plan is underway. It's a process, but that takes up staff time to do. And I think we're just ready to start doing the things that we want to do. I think we're
yeah, it was going to Brian and then we'll go to Jim. And just to interject there, Joe, in terms of that, the exercise we did yesterday where we did current reality and success indicators and so on, that was actually straight from the strategic planning playbook in terms of the implementation stage. What's missing here is, to go 1 year or 2 years at a time is to not have that longer trajectory or guiding North Star that keeps all of it on track. But, absolutely, a lot of cities work from council priority to council priority, which changes every time the council changes. It is not always in the best interest of the city as a whole to not have a direction that's set by the council that's in place at that time.
See if I can do this in neutral, but there's a dog I gotta shoot. I have had some conversations with Mayor off to the side. I will bring forward before the council discussion of, do we want to go into another discussion of reforming things? I will not do it in this next council meeting. I'm gonna make sure I follow up here that we have the considerations documented. We've done some of the work up front, that we're doing a facts-based decision, at least asking the question if we want to do this again. Okay, so I'm going to take time to do that. If for no other reason, consider the emotional content you're feeling now. I'm going to make sure that we got something in black and white that we're discussing, we're moving forward, and however we go, we've got a basis under which we're taking that direction. Okay, so I'm committed. I will bring that question back to committee. Or back to council of reconsideration of committees. Okay, not this council, next council. Need time to work it up.
Andy, would you mind putting Kara back up, please?
So just on, I might not quite be tuned into the question, but on the topic of strategic plan and comp plan, when I first joined the council, in fact, I still carry it around in my trunk, although I have been kicking myself for the last, well, certainly yesterday and today, that I don't look at it very often anymore, but I had printed out the entire comp plan In the first 2 years I was on the council, I constantly went back and looked at that. And I think if we do a good job at comp plan, granted, that looks out a little bit farther. If we do a good job at strategic plan and comp plan, and then do what I live it, right? That's what we decided. Now is what we're considering consistent with that? Like, let's not start everything from zero. Let's start everything from that work that was done. Then we can, it's interesting to me that I'm just thinking I hope no one takes this as a criticism, but I'm just thinking to myself, trying to think of an agenda bill in the last 2 years where anything in the agenda bill referred to our comp plan. Per our comp plan, we're that somehow that was in the write-up. Because I think if we're really living a comp plan, then you'd expect to see that. Same thing with strategic plan. Seems like that's all intertwined, right? Because anything in our strategic plan, how would that be different than what now it may be more useful or specific to things we're doing today, but it just seems like these are great ideas, a strategic plan and comp plan. So I agree with the comment of, well, we don't want to overload the staff, but these things can be sort of done together. And if it's a way of making it all live, I just think that's a fantastic idea.
I have no questions for the group, really. It's really a discussion for you. I was asked to share the approach and to walk you through what would be involved in it. The one thing I would throw for your consideration, I'll come to you now, Brian, is, what makes now the time for a strategic plan? Like, what, in your opinion, makes now or does not make now the time for a strategic plan? And that, it's really up to you to decide whether you want to proceed and how you want to proceed.
Okay, so breakfast, the chickens involved, the pigs committed. I guess I'm declaring I'm bacon, and I want to know, what are the next steps? What do we got to do? No, I mean, the next step is the community survey.
Well, the next step would be, realistically speaking, would be, assuming all the contractual, proposal, all that stuff is set aside as a given. It would be to work with a design team, which would be members of the council and members of the leadership team, to formulate next steps, identify how to approach community engagement, have the council as a whole, possibly in a committee of the whole, identify the question that is the strategic juncture that you're at. Like, how do we, over the next X number of years? So you'd form your question, and then identify the community, identify the gaps in your knowledge. Which community members are we not hearing from? We do a little bit of a 360. I did have a thing in the packets about that, which I think is maybe a little premature for that conversation to happen right now, and you may not have the energy for it after 2 days of work. So I'm open to that being tabled, and would suggest you might want to table that. But a little bit of divergent creative thinking around, who do we need to hear from? How hard is it going to be to get them? What's the role of council in relationship building for not just that pre-strategic planning conversation, but also keeping them engaged and staying accountable to them in terms of communication, listening sessions, whatever. So what's the role of council as opposed to what's the role of staff, and who do we need to hear from? What do we not know? What does our community want and need? So
I'm hearing, let's put together at least a statement of work, and I do want to have some discussions after that of next steps from there. But let's put together a statement of work, what we're going to do. Oh, I'm sorry, Carrie. Am I Too soft?
Yeah, it's a little bit hard.
No, so I'm hearing that kind of the next steps are, let's put a statement of work together. Let's talk that and decide what are the next steps with that item. At least I want to have some conversations around that before we proceed too much further from there. And then I think broad strokes, what we're talking about is, again, that community assessment. There's some design work on part of the administration and council to work into that community assessment and where we're going and lead on forward. I can't speak intelligently beyond that, but I think that next step of let's at least put the statement of work together and have discussions we can go do.
Yeah, and figure out some sort of a timeline in terms of when would you want to carry it out and how does it sync with the comp plan work.
And so I guess, is there a thumbs up, sideways, down on strategic plan? I think that's what we're kind of looking for. We're not looking to vote.
Do we need
We're
the,
just,
do we need the 5?
we're looking, we need the 5.
We need the poster. I don't know how to
Poster.
Put it away. I think you know the scale by now. Do you have something to add, Jim?
I just want to be clear. I know what I'm voting for, and I apologize if I didn't take it aboard, but is there a specific thing that we're asking or a general concept? Because I'd give it, if it's a specific thing, I just didn't take it aboard. But if it's a general concept, then I just want to make sure I know what I'm voting on.
So I think the commitment we're looking for is commitment to putting together a strategic plan. Near-term concrete step of putting together a statement of work for further discussion. Commitment to a strategic plan and putting together a statement of work for discussion on next steps. I fell short of contract or any of that. We may get budget in that discussion. We'll have to see how.
Okay, so if you put your hands, is it 5, 4?
Yeah, yeah. Do you
3,
need the
2?
rubric again?
What do we have?
Okay.
Yeah, we can't see if your thumb's involved. Oh, there it is. Okay.
I think it's a good way to get past nitpicking around, you know, areas of general agreement. So it's love it, sounds good, I can live with it, or
Can
going
I
in
just say,
that.
like, I'm happy to explore it, but I would definitely need more information before wholeheartedly going in one way or another, if that makes sense. Just because it's a little sparse in details at this point, but I'd look forward to engaging on it further. Once we know scope of time and cost and things like that, and how it fits together.
It's like nice turning his hand around.
Bob, you're at a 2. I have major concern.
Yeah.
What are your major?
Thank you. My concern is this. We have to figure out how to reach all of our population in all the segments. I look at our council and see we are very white Anglo-Saxon, I'm going to say it. We don't represent the neighborhoods many of us live in and the complexity we have now, and how do we include all the voices. That's my concern. If we can figure out a way to make sure that those that represent our neighborhoods are represented in whatever end result we have, then I am all in favor of it.
And I think there's a way of doing that. I mean, so next week we're kicking off the community center advisory committee. And what we've done, we listed out, you know, what organizations, what groups do we want involved? And we have kind of a diverse group of 30 people that will be there. And it includes like Skyview Metro Parks will be there, and North Bend, and I think maybe Church on the Ridge and swim team. There's a whole bunch of groups, right, that we're going to engage through that. But there's other ways that you can do public engagement. You go to you go to where the groups is located, right? Anyway, I think we will have, there's plenty of ways to find the diverse conversations and groups and include them in the process.
And council member, I mean, that would be a given in terms of, as elected council, some sort of, and it's a question of how long's a piece of string. So that slide that went up at an early stage of all the different ways of, so we can certainly have a discussion about all of the things that are options, and then you have the opportunity to decide, do you work them into some of your regular communications? Do you do community survey? And I can send you examples specifically of ways where both were done. So yeah, go ahead, Tim.
So I just want to say that to the extent that anyone understood any comments that anyone was making as being racist, I think they would have been badly mistaken to interpret that. I'll say this. There are many people that are the same gender as I identify as. There are many people who are of the same race who do not represent me at all. So I think the notion, I work extremely hard to try and represent all the people of Snoqualmie, and I'd be happy to share all of the many things I do in that regard. So I think my fellow council members, certainly speaking for myself, I work very hard to represent all of the residents of Snoqualmie. I would also suggest people might want to look at the actual makeup of our community inside the city limits. I think you will be dumbfounded to learn what the actual makeup of our community is. It's very different from all of many other communities in, shall we say, King County. But in any event, I do think that we work very hard to represent, and I think we do a pretty good job, but it's up to the voters in the end. They'll vote us in or out on how we do. So I just want to make that comment.
Yeah, I don't know what I missed. But yeah, I think I went to the bathroom, and anyway, I love all y'all, and yeah, just to echo Jim, my race is the least interesting thing about me as far as I'm concerned, and I don't think anybody in here is representing based on that. So I think all of us care about each and every citizen in Snoqualmie and work very hard to represent them.
And the point Councilmember Watton, Rob, please, was making is we need to make sure that we're hearing from them specifically in this process.
Exactly. We need to be inclusive of everyone and make sure that we have a broad enough representation, because we may come with our own preconceived ideas or notions, and unless we hear from all those various subsets, we may be overlooking something or not considering something that's important, and without intention exclude, being able to have a community that embraces all.
So nothing for us without us, kind of as a principle.
Right, exactly. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. So one of the first elements as shown was, again, that contextual view of the community, the survey of the community, engagement with the community as part of one of the initial steps in creating a strategic plan. Does that go some way to alleviate concerns?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I mean, we can go to, various faiths and make sure that they're included in their voice.
Does that get you to a 3?
Oh, it gets me to a 5.
Oh, well.
I just wanted to make sure, that, you
Stop
know,
when
that
you're ahead, Brian.
we make sure everybody's included, even if they have different points of view, so. Except for me, yeah, my vote doesn't count.
So I can be in communication with leadership further to the extent that you want. Is there further discussion that you want to have at this point, Brian, around this topic? Or are we content?
I'm good for a minute to get on. Right. Specifically, put a cutoff there that said, minute to go do a strategic plan and to do the next step, putting together a statement for specify plus how to carry that out.
Correct.
Okay? We're committed to that statement. So write it down. Then yeah, we're done. Let's go to the next subject.
Okay. Okay, so the next subject, I think I'm going to pass it to Catherine, because we had it scheduled as discussion of community engagement, and we've kind of wrapped it in here.
Right.
And also kind of wrapped it into what you'll be doing in the action steps that Brian just identified. So,
Right. So we're going to table that for the day because we will wrap it into, as we talked about, the strategic plan. And we could do this as, if you want to have more of a discussion about it, we could talk about it during one of our council meetings, like during committee of the whole, or just start with it on our strategic plan process.
Yeah. And it might be something you want to bring fresh energy on a new day too.
And fresh energy on a new day.
Because you're looking a little tired after a lot of hard work.
Is everyone fine with
Is that okay? Great.
Does everyone want to adjourn after she has some final words?
Okay, so two things. One, we've got candidate interviews coming up. Okay, I'm gonna try to put together a list of question structure or questions that we would ask each candidate. Understand Tuesday night, we've got about 3 hours. I'm figuring we don't make a decision in less than one. So that only leaves 2 hours for the candidates to have discussion with us. So I'm bringing a brief introduction by council. We'll round table those questions of the candidates. I will try to get those, well, no, I will get those questions out to you, at least my first draft of those questions this weekend. I ask that you give me feedback and we come to conclusion on what those questions are Monday night as part of council. And then we can lead right into the interviews the next day. Is that okay? We're kind of really pushing this process as fast as we can. Yeah, I don't intend to actually get into deep discussion of those questions in council. I kind of want I want when the question is asked, that's the first time the candidate hears. Just to be fair to all the other candidates, in case somebody can't hear the council meeting or doesn't go to YouTube after the fact. Okay, that's one. Two, I'm going to violate some things we said here prior in that the LTAC committee has met and has recommendations of how to distribute the LTAC funds. And got a memo of that recommendation. I want to kind of short circuit the process and get those funds out to the community as quick as possible. So my intent is to do a pop-up agenda bill. I'll send you the memo this weekend for your review and any questions or concerns. Give me a call, give me a text. Okay. But we'd like to do a pop-up agenda Monday for your approval of the allocations of those funds out of LTAC and get those out to the community. Is any objections?
Can we actually do that?
I can motion an introduction as part of the council committee. Yeah.
I just wondering why the rush? Are we like sort of behind the cycle or something?
Not necessarily, but we've got organizations which are holding on plans pending that they got the money. We don't do it this Monday, it's gonna be 2 weeks out. I don't view this as, the committee did a very good and collaborative work to come to that conclusion. There was a lot of give and take between the members, and it was actually very pleasant to have that committee meeting. Okay, so just to allow them to get moving on and everything else and to get the money out in the community, that's my only concern. If you're uncomfortable with that, I'll pull it back, do it in 2 weeks, and then run it through the committees in the preceding week. And I consider this kind of a consent agenda item. Anyone, if you object, Jim, I will hold off and do it in 2 weeks.
You wouldn't ask unless you had a reason. I'm making faces because Saturday's already gone and there's Sunday, and anyway, just geez. But tell you what, we can have a look and we can deal with it Monday, right?
And worst case, Monday is for our questions, concerns. Table it, work it in the Monday following, at least give it. Thank you.
Okay. Are you finished, Brian? One very quick, what I call whip around, just to close out and to bring us back to the work of the last 2 days. So ask you to reflect on the work we did. It's not all up around us anymore, but it's piled here. It's partly transcribed. It's here. It's here. Just, as you reflect on the 2 days or almost 2 days that we spent together and the work that we did, just reflect on that. And then I'd like you to think of a word that describes how are you feeling about the work and the time together. The caveat being, if somebody says the same word that you were thinking, it's okay to repeat it. It's also fine to pass. I'd love to I will invite someone to start. You don't have to force anyone to start.
Tired and happy.
That is the word, hot.
Tired and happy. Okay, and hot. Okay.
I am hot.
Yeah, I know. The heat just kicked on again.
I am satisfied.
Okay, Mr. Mayhew.
I want a nap.
So we'll take that as feeling tired.
Nice collaboration.
I would say peanut butter and jelly and proud.
That was yesterday's question.
Accomplishment.
I'm just want to go see the dragon that's down in the basement that kicks in every now and then. The heat is really heat here. No, good meeting. Good to the extent that my brain cells are tired and things to look forward to go proceed on with.
Good. Okay, and Chris has the microphone there.
Pleased.
Hopeful.
Progress.
Yeah, progress. I'm going to go with that.
Okay, and we heard from Kara. Thank you, Kara. Jen, if you have anything, feel free.
Encouraged.
Great. Okay. I'll close just by thanking you. It was a pleasure to work with you, to get to know the ones I didn't know from the last time I worked with the city, and I'm glad it felt productive for you. Hopefully it was worth your time, especially double weighted time on a Saturday. So thank you all very much.
And thank you, Una. You're
My
a great
pleasure.
facilitator. Appreciate your pulling us together. And I think we accomplished quite a bit. And also thank you to our city clerk, Dina Dean, our IT, Andy Latham, and city administrator, Sarah Wine, and Chris Miller, for everyone pulling all this together. You made it help make it successful. So, and thank you, council and staff, for being here. So
Great. Thanks, everyone.
is there a motion to adjourn? Moved by Johnson, Mayor Pro Tem Holloway. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay? All right, we are adjourned.
We
Thank
are.
you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone. Oh my God, the heat.